Hello everybody, I guess you're all doing well. A very good morning to you and welcome to the very interesting session on the world mapping. Now please remember this, this is going to be a really very interesting session where we're going to do a lot of things. First I'll tell you what we're going to do and then we'll begin with the session. Please note this very carefully. Today's session is something very important where what we're going to do is, please see. First, some basics. Second, the important regions or places which have been news. For example, you know that very well there's a great possibility that they can ask you which are the countries which are surrounding Israel, which are the countries which are surrounding Iran, what are the countries surrounding Mediterranean Sea. So these types of questions are very often present in your examinations and you do not know how to attempt them. So what I have done is I've almost collected all of them. What can come in the examination, what have been coming. So what we'll do is, based on that, we are going to have a session where all the mnemonics are going to be present so that if you revise it multiple times, you will be in a state where you will remember them. Secondly, so plus that tricks. And third is continent-wise study of the map. Clear? Am I clear to everybody? Okay. Clear? Am I clear to everybody? Now let us see this very carefully. Now my request is everybody, we are doing a topic, everybody's focus should be on this. Rather than discussing other things, let us focus on this. We can discuss other things later on. This is the Telegram account where you can find this PDF. Along with it, this is the Instagram account where you can connect me if you want. These are the things. Now let us begin, first of all, with the aspect that over here, this is the world map which I have drawn by hand. Now, for you right now, it is important that, okay, there are certain equators, Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn drawn, but this is a hand-drawn map. So, because we are beginning with the world map series, so let us see this. We will analyze these things from a various extent also. Now, first thing is when I'm doing the basics, because we are doing the analysis of the map, it becomes really very important for me to cover those aspects which we have already covered, where we cover the aspects like which all countries pass through the equator, which all countries pass through the Tropic of Cancer. Though we have covered in the marathons earlier on, I'm still covering it because that is related to the world mapping analysis. So quickly we'll go through that. These are the basic things and then we will analyze the aspects related to the important regions and the continental study. Let's see. You know that very well that if we see the Earth overall, the equator is basically 0 degree latitude. Then you have the Tropic of Cancer, 23.5 degree north. Arctic Circle is 66.5 degree north. North Pole is 90 degree. Similarly, Tropic of Capricorn and Antarctic Circle and the South Pole. Exact same aspect that is followed as in the northern hemisphere. Now, certain things which you should remember. Very basic, though we have done. Many of you might be knowing, many of you might not be knowing. So it is for you to cover up. Equator over here is very well known as it divides the Earth into northern and the southern hemisphere. Now, if you see this line which we discussed right now over here, equator. Now this was simply a representation of like a circle which is representing a globe in a way, right? Now if you see the map here, this is the equator, right? This is the equator. Now UPSC can ask you questions related to the aspect that which all countries is the equator cutting. Now if they want to make the question a little difficult, they can simply ask you, present you with a lot of list of the countries and they can ask you which of the countries the equator does not cut or cuts. So now what happens is, in normal circumstances, it becomes really very difficult to remember all the names because you're already under pressure. The alternative is you should have certain mnemonics where you can, if you have studied it 5, 6, 7 times, these mnemonics, so possibly you can answer them. Now see here, there are 13 countries which is basically the equator is cutting. Like Gabon, Ecuador, Colombia, Kenya, Uganda, Somalia, Maldives, Kiribati, Indonesia, Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, Brazil, and Sao Tome and Principe. Now, please understand this is one. One thing always remember, over here when we talk about the aspect Democratic Republic of Congo and Congo, both of them are different, they are not same. In the examination, there is a possibility that when we will do the analysis with respect to Africa also, they can mention Congo, but that means a different country when you compare it with the Democratic Republic of Congo. So do not get confused, please remember that. Now, if I want to remember this, मिस किरीबाती GRA क्लियर करके ब्राजील से यूके चली गई. This is a mnemonic which I had used earlier also. Like for example, Miss, MISS. I know M can be Maldives, I can be Indonesia, S can be, let us say, Somalia, S can be Sao Tome and Principe. K, Kiribati is already present over here. GRE, G for Gabon. R for over here, you can take, for that matter, GRE over here, Republic, you can take, that is also absolutely fine. E over here can also be taken through Ecuador. C over here can be taken as Colombia. Brazil is already present. U is Uganda. K for Kenya. And similarly, Congo can be taken for C. Using this, right, using this, you can actually remember all the countries which are present over here. First mnemonic, you please remember, remembering equator is relatively difficult for a reason that it has lot of countries there. So this is the easiest way you can practice. First. Second, Tropic of Cancer, northernmost point where the sun is directly overhead. That means this is 23.5 degree north. You know that on 21st June, it is directly over, sunrise is directly over Tropic of Cancer. And these questions can be asked. 17 countries over here. Western Sahara, China, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Taiwan, Oman, Niger, India, Algeria, Mexico, Mauritania, Mali, Myanmar, Bahamas, Bangladesh, UAE and Libya. Similarly, similar question type, World Cup in Estonia, M4 versus Bubble. How you can remember? World Cup with respect to W, Western Sahara, C, China. Now, Estonia itself is one of the countries, but you do not, it is itself not a country which is lying within the Tropic of Cancer. It is just a mnemonic. E, Egypt, S, Saudi Arabia, T, Taiwan, O, Oman, N, Niger, I, India, A, Algeria. M4, M4 that means 4 countries named after M, Mexico, Mauritania, Mali and Myanmar, Bubble, Bahamas, Bangladesh, UAE and Libya. Please remember this. Please remember this. These mnemonics, again I'm telling you, initially might appear here, how will we remember these mnemonics? At least you know that rather than remembering every country of all these lines, it is not possible itself. Having certain mnemonics will help you. If you see, if you know the mnemonics, if you revise it 5, 6, 7 times, you will yourself remember them. And then what are the advantages? Please remember, with the mnemonics, you can eliminate the answers in the preliminary examination. I know it is relatively difficult if you have to write the names, but in the preliminary examination, you can eliminate them, and that is what is required. Clear? Now, if you see here, Tropic of Capricorn. Now, Tropic of Capricorn, again, you realize is 23.5 degrees south. Absolutely opposite to that of the Tropic of Cancer. So, now if you see, there are a lot of countries passing here also. 10 countries. Because in the examination, what they can ask you, let us say, they can ask you, they can ask you, there are close to 13 countries which the equator passes through. This is the correct answer. They can ask you, there are close to 17 countries which the equator cuts. Now, that statement can also be asked in our examination. So, please remember this. 13 countries, equator. 17 countries, Tropic of Cancer. 10 countries, Tropic of Capricorn. This is also you need to remember. Clear? Now, based on this, Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Paraguay, Namibia, Botswana, South Africa, Mozambique, Madagascar, Australia. If you see here, ABC production said no boy should miss maths. Now, ABC, if you realize, there used to be a production company which Mr. Amitabh Bachchan owns, that is Amitabh Bachchan Corporations, right? ABC earlier on. Now, let us take ABC. Now, ABC over here, ABC production. A for Argentina, B Brazil, C Chile. Production P Paraguay. said no boy, N for Namibia, B for Botswana, should South Africa, Miss M Mozambique, MA Madagascar and Australia. This is the way you can remember it. Clear? This is the way you can remember it. Next, Arctic Circle. Now, if you see the Arctic Circle, it is basically 66.5 degree north. In this particular case, you know, the lesser number of countries, Greenland, Finland, Iceland, Sweden, Norway, Canada, USA. Over here, please remember the Alaska part of USA is basically cutting through this, and Russia. Now see, green fish went to Norway by car. Green fish went to Norway by car. These questions have been asked, so you should remember this. Green fish, let us say G, G for Greenland, fish, F-I-S, F for Finland, I for Iceland, S for Sweden. Norway, went to Norway by car. Car over here is C is Canada, A is Alaska, R is Russia. So you can remember this using this. Clear? 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 Okay. Antarctic Circle basically does not cut any country as specific. So there is no need, just need to remember 66 degree and a half south. Right? Okay. Longitude, you know that very well. Lines that are connecting, these are semicircles which are connecting the North Pole and the South Pole. So similarly, we have already done the longitude concept. So there are certain other things with respect to longitudes also that you need to remember. First, if you ever see, there's a longitude known as 0 degree. Just opposite to that, you have the international date line. Exactly opposite to it. That these things again you need to remember. Which all countries are passing through the pi meridian and international date line? What is the importance of it? So let's see here. Clear? Now see, prime meridian is 0 degree. If you see here, prime meridian passes through Greenwich, London. It divides the earth into eastern and western hemisphere. So all the countries which are towards the east of the prime meridian, this is the eastern hemisphere. Those to the west are basically the western hemisphere. Now if we ask you which are the countries that prime meridian basically crosses or cuts, then Burkina Faso, Spain, France, Ghana, Algeria, Mali, England and Togo. Now how do you remember it? How do you remember it? You can basically remember BSF game in Togo. What is BSF? Burkina Faso B, S Spain, F France. Game over here, G Ghana, A Algeria, M Mali, E England and Togo is the country also. So BSF game in Togo is a way where you can remember all the countries which are basically the prime meridian is cutting. Clear? Prime meridian is cutting, so you can remember that. Next, now comes the important thing which everybody should listen. There have been a lot of new places which have been in the news, which we have already covered in the places in news, right? But these are those things which there's a great possibility of UPSC asking them, and they have been asking them also. I would request you all to focus on this particular section very carefully, where the major question which arises is which are the countries which are surrounding the Caspian Sea, which are the countries which are surrounding the Black Sea. All these questions have been coming repeatedly. It is not something new. So we are covering all those topics and the trends which can come in the examination with respect to world mapping. Now why I am doing this before I am doing the continents, there is a reason. This is very important. Then we will study the continent-wide things also, which will somewhat overlap also some places, but doesn't matter. I am doing it specifically. Now let's see this. Mnemonics for important regions, very important for prelims 2026 examination. One by one. Are you ready, everybody? Let's begin. Now, if you see this particular map that I have in front of you, you will see for yourself that this particular region over here is that particular part where UPSC every year is going to ask question or has been asking questions. Like for example, they can ask you what are the countries surrounding, let us say, Jordan, which are the countries surrounding Israel, and so on and so forth. So I have very often, I'm going to use this particular map while explaining you things. Just keep it aside just to see these maps because you'll get the PDF, so don't worry about that. Now my first topic is Iran. My first topic is Iran, right? Clear? Now, please understand that. when we talk about Iran, Iran over here becomes very important from the perspective that, see, now most of you know why Iran is in the news, so I don't think there is any doubt regarding that. We all know why Iran is in the news, right? We all know why Iran is in the news. So there is a great possibility that UPSC will ask you a question. Not only this year, in the coming years also UPSC will ask you. Because again, this topic will remain a very important issue. If I ask you what are the neighboring countries, this is the most important question that UPSC tend to ask. Yes. So over here, if you see, there are a lot of neighboring countries, but it is almost impossible for you to remember under normal circumstances. So there is a mnemonic that I have created. Using that, you can remember that also. See, it is party. What is the mnemonic? It is party. P-triple-A-T-T-I, party. Clear? Now, how will you remember? You know that very well. When I say party, P is Pakistan, A is Afghanistan. Let's see here. This is Pakistan, P Pakistan. Just give me a minute. P Pakistan, A Afghanistan. Again A, as you have Azerbaijan and Armenia. Please understand, this particular region is Azerbaijan and this particular small place over here is Armenia. This particular region. Turkey, this particular region is Turkey. Then you have Turkmenistan. This complete part is Turkmenistan. Then you have over here Iraq. This is the Iraqi region. These are the land countries which you need to remember. Clear? So how will you remember? Party. Now the moment Iran comes, remember party, not party in a way you are celebrating. Party over here, P-triple-A-T-I. Pakistan, Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, Armenia, Turkey, Turkmenistan and Iraq. Will you remember it? Will you remember this? Agreed? Now this is how you remember things. Now many of you who do not know this will possibly think, how come other candidates are able to attempt the question? The reason is that they have put some effort to do these analysis where they can understand these topics and remember them also. Secondly, now another thing that can come in an examination is, what are the water bodies that basically surround or in contact with Iran, right? First of all, if you see over here, can we see Caspian Sea over here? This. Can I see Caspian Sea over here? This is Caspian Sea on the north. Clear? Now, if you see, come down here, you will see Persian Gulf almost in the southwest region. So this is what Persian Gulf. The moment you cross the Strait of Hormuz, this region over here again is a Gulf of Oman, this particular region. So this is a part. So there are three major bodies which we are basically coming across here, right? Clear? So water bodies are Caspian Sea, Persian Gulf and Oman. So you can ask you a question regarding they can mix water bodies with the topic of your these neighboring countries and ask you, and there's a great possibility that this time the question on Iran or Israel will come. I have even covered the small countries over here, UAE, Oman and all these countries have also been covered. There's a reason behind it because they can ask you on that also. Clear? Everybody done? Now we know party over here, we know the water bodies Caspian Sea, Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. Now having done Iran, let us move to the next part. Next thing that comes is Israel. Again, a very, very important topic, Israel. So if I basically zoom in with respect to this particular map on, if I zoom in here, you will see I will come to this particular map. Now, I can see a lot of things over here. Adjoining countries, we have Mediterranean Sea on this side. So let us see this one. Over here, you can very well see that there is a region over here, which is basically referred to as Gaza. This is what Gaza. you have this region known as West Bank. Obviously, the size has decreased because of the conflict that has been going on. Now, why is it called West Bank, though it is lying on the east? Because it is on the west of the Jordan River. The bank, do you realize when we talk about the rivers, bank of the rivers, we know that when we talk about the banks, eastern bank, western bank, so this is on the western side of the Jordan River. That is why it is known as Western Bank. So many of you will get confused with the fact that it is lying on the eastern side of Israel. But why is it known as Western Bank? Because with respect to Jordan, that is over here, with respect to the Jordan River, it is on the western side. That is why it is known as the Western Bank. Clear, everybody? Okay. Now, let us see one by one. This is again complete Israel over here. We have the Dead Sea over here. We have the Lake Tiberias over here. If I want to analyze what are the neighboring countries that are present with respect to Israel, the best we can get is GELS, J-E-L-S, GELS. These are the neighboring countries, GELS. First, if you see here, this particular region from this particular part, see here. Now, if you see the Dead Sea basically is in Jordan also and Israel also. So, always remember that, right? We'll do that stuff also, don't worry. This particular region over here, this is the Jordan boundary. If you see over here, this is the Egypt part. Clear? If you see, this is on the top is the Lebanon part. And if you see, this is the Syrian part. Am I clear? So, how will you remember? It is GELS, J-E-L-S, GELS. So, if you want to remember the neighbors of Israel, you will remember the word GELS, where GELS basically means Jordan, Egypt, Lebanon and Syria. Clear, everybody? Now, the question will come, sir, are only the countries, these surrounding countries are the major countries, or there are some water bodies also present? Because you know that very well, very often they ask you questions related to the Mediterranean Sea, right? So, you know that very well, the Mediterranean Sea is located on the western side. Now, not only the Mediterranean Sea, we'll have to cover certain other water bodies also, because they can also be asked. So, see here. You know, with respect to the water bodies, the Mediterranean Sea is present on the west. See here. This complete region over here is what? Mediterranean Sea. Agreed? Everybody over here? Mediterranean Sea. Now, very interestingly over here, if you come here, this particular lake over here is present, which is again on the boundary with Syria. Syrian boundaries here. This is known as Lake Tiberias. I think it is little fit. Lake Tiberias. T-I-B-E-R-I-A-S. So now this is again, they can ask you that Lake Tiberias, Israel shares a boundary with Syria with respect to Lake Tiberias. Yes. Now if you see, Dead Sea is present over here. Now, Dead Sea almost some part of it is in Israel and some part of it is in Jordan. So, this is what? The Dead Sea. Dead Sea. So, Dead Sea in the east. Now, if you come down here, a small part of it over here, if you see here, this is basically what? Connected to the Red Sea also. Clear? So, how will you remember it over here? You should remember that on the west is the Mediterranean Sea. You have the Lake Tiberias here, Dead Sea, and obviously it is connecting to the basically Red Sea. Clear, everybody? Any problem here? Why it is important is because you know that very well this question can be asked in your examinations, and you know if you do not remember these mnemonics, it is very difficult for you to answer the questions. It is very difficult because see, with the exam pressure that you have, and the questions that come, they list you so many countries in front of you and then ask you which among them is not a neighbor of Israel. You will be thinking, because you cannot have a photographic memory with respect to the map. So these are the things which you, if you revise, I'll give you the document, you can download it from the Telegram account. Revise it 10 times. Revise it 10 times. Next week also revise it 2-3 times. I'm telling you, any question that comes in the examination related to the maps, you will be able to solve it very, very easily, very properly. You will not have any problem. Clear? Okay. Everybody, we have done Iran, I will ask you the questions also, so don't need to. First, you have done Iran. Iran is Patti and the water bodies Caspian, Persian Gulf, and Gulf of Oman. Then we came to Israel. Israel, neighboring countries, Gels, Jordan, Egypt, Lebanon, and Syria. Water bodies again we have done. Now comes Turkey. Again, see, this is the region where UPSC has been asking continuously. Turkey. Now, if you see the map of Turkey over here, you know that very well. Turkey is present over here. Now, why it is important also? First of all, you know, it is like a linking line between, a linking country between Asia as well as Europe, right? And Istanbul, that is why, is one of those places which is basically called to lie both in Asia as well as Europe. So that is why this is very important. Secondly, it is important is because it is again surrounded by a lot of seas and all. So that is why it becomes important for you to understand this concept very clearly. Now let's see. First of all, if I want, because there are many countries here, how do I remember the countries which are present over here, right? Just give me a minute. Just give me 2 minutes. There's certain error over here. Just give me 2 minutes. I'll come back to Turkey after 2 minutes. Let's first of all cover this. There is certain error over there. I'll correct it and then come back. Don't worry. Give me 2 minutes. I'll come back to Turkey. There's certain error in the mnemonic. I'll just correct it. Meanwhile, let's go to other parts. Syria. I'll just correct the Turkey thing. We'll come back after 2 minutes. There's certain technical error over there. I've written something wrong there. Don't worry. We'll come back. Let's see over here. If we see Jitli over here, if you see the Jitli, you will realize that it basically covers a lot of countries which are neighboring. Now see here. Jordan, Iraq, Turkey, Lebanon, and Israel. See here. You have Israel over here. Sorry, Israel over here, you have Lebanon over here, you have Jordan over here, you have Iraq over here, and you have Turkey over here. So this is basically broadly, referring to the neighboring countries which are Jitli: Jordan, Iraq, Turkey, Lebanon, and Israel. And if you ask the water bodies basically are these. That is the Mediterranean Sea. Will you remember this? Will you remember this? Quickly. Everybody. Any doubt till here? Please tell me. Any doubt till here? Please tell me. Quickly tell me if there is any doubt. Anything you want to ask till here? Quickly tell me. Quickly. Anything you want to ask? Clear? Okay. Let's come to Jordan. Now, if you see Jordan over here, this question has been asked once in the examination and there is a possibility that it can be asked again. Jordan again lying close to Israel, again neighboring a lot of countries here. How will you remember this? Now, this is again a mnemonic which I was able to understand. It is ISIS. Now, ISIS has got to do something else. This is not that ISIS. It is just a mnemonic. ISIS, Iraq, Syria, Israel, and Saudi Arabia. This is the part where Saudi Arabia is there. This is the part where Saudi Arabia is there. This is the part where Iraq is there. This is the part where you have Syria present over here. Then you have the Israeli part over here. ISIS. Clear? ISIS. Next. Water bodies, if you see, do you remember I had told you that Jordan also shares a border or boundary with the Dead Sea. So if you come back here, if you come back to Israel part, do you remember that Jordan again shares the region of the Dead Sea with Israel? So again, for Jordan, it is on the western side. So let us come back here to Jordan. Let us come back here to Jordan. There is Dead Sea on the west and a Red Sea is present over here. See, this small part where it is connecting to the Red Sea, there is a small gulf that is present. This particular gulf is basically known as the Gulf of Kaaba. I'll zoom that later on. This Gulf of Aqaba is connecting to the Red Sea. In the examination, if the question comes that Israel or Jordan are connected or joining the Gulf of Aqaba, that is also correct. Gulf of Aqaba is again a part of the Red Sea. So even if Red Sea is mentioned, then also it is correct. If they mention Gulf of Aqaba, then also it is going to be correct. So there is no problem in that. So always remember that very, very carefully. Again, so Red Sea, 26 kilometers coastline on the Gulf of Aqaba. Clear? Now see here. If you see over here, this is a part where Israel is joining, and this is a part where Jordan is joining. Now this is what Gulf of Aqaba. Gulf of Aqaba basically opens into the Red Sea. So if they are asking Gulf of Aqaba, then also it is correct. If they are asking Red Sea, then also it is correct because it is a part of the Red Sea. Clear, everybody? Okay. Now again, let's come back to the another aspect, that is Afghanistan. When we talk about Afghanistan, why it is in news is, please understand, there is a problem going on between Pakistan as well as Afghanistan. So Afghanistan has continuously been in the news. There's a great possibility that they can ask you which are the countries which surround Afghanistan. So you should be very well aware of the countries, because though it is very easy to know that, okay, we know Afghanistan, but visually if the countries are mentioned, then you will not be able to answer them. So over here, this particular region, again, Afghanistan is a landlocked country. So I cannot say it is joining some of the sea or the ocean. It does not have a coast. So it is a landlocked country. Now, how will you remember the neighboring countries? This is what I got. Picture it. PICTU, RE small, IT. P for Pakistan, I for Iran, C for China. T for Turkmenistan, U for Uzbekistan. It is India and Tajikistan. Picture it, where RE is basically small. Where RE is basically small. Clear, everybody? Clear, everybody? Clear? Okay. Now, let's come to Pakistan. Let's come to Pakistan. Please remember one thing. Under no circumstance you are going to mention in the examination that Afghanistan directly is not joining India. You know that Kashmir is an integral, whole Jammu Kashmir is an integral part of India. We are least concerned with the fact that is POK, Pak occupied Kashmir. It is still the part of India. So if you think that India is not joining Afghanistan, you will get your answer wrong. So please remember that very well in your minds. Clear? Because many of them will say, "Arey, that part is occupied by Pakistan, so we cannot directly reach Afghanistan. So how can we say that it is a neighbor?" Please do not make this error at all. Clear? Okay. Let's move to Pakistan. Now, if you see Pakistan, you know that very well. It has again the neighboring countries which are present. The mnemonic which I got is CIA-I. Now, let us assume CIA and India. How will you remember? You know that CIA is very close and dear to what? Pakistan, right? And Pakistan and CIA working with respect to countering India. Let us assume that. Now, how will you do this? CIA and I, let us say India. So, C is China, I is Iran, A is Afghanistan, and I is India. You know that very well. Again, India, this whole border. Then you have Iran over here. You have Afghanistan and a very small region where it is basically connecting China also. So it is China, Iran, Afghanistan, and India. Am I clear to everybody over here? Hopefully I'm clear. Clear? Clear? China shares approximately 20-25 kilometers relationship is there between them. So there is a small part, right? There is a small part which basically connects. I'm not talking about the POK part also. Still, it has a very small part which is basically sharing its border with Pakistan. Please remember that. Okay, this small part is over here. Now, if I talk about the water bodies, you know that very well. You have the Gulf of Oman. This particular side is Gulf of Oman, which is again on the southwestern part, and then you have the Arabian Sea. So, Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea, basically with respect to the water bodies. Clear? Next comes Saudi Arabia. Now, Saudi Arabia itself, please remember, is very important because questions, again, it has been repeatedly in the news, but again, very important. Now, let's see. Because there are a lot of countries which are neighboring it, it was not easy for me to create a mnemonic. So I've created what I basically thought. IJKU. IJKQU. Now this was the only easiest one which I could make. So I is Iraq. Iraq is over here. You have Jordan. Jordan is this part. This is Iraq. This is again Jordan. Then you have Kuwait. This is Kuwait. You have Qatar, right? Over here, then you have Yemen. You have Oman and you have UAE. So this was the only basic mnemonic that I could get. Water bodies, if you see, you have the Red Sea over here. Large region, part of it, Red Sea is present here. That means Red Sea on the west. You have the Persian Gulf on the east, right? Gulf of Aqaba over here. Again, this is also which I mentioned, though it is a part of Red Sea, but you can mention. This is the Gulf of Aqaba part. Because they can ask you, they can ask you one thing very clearly. They can ask you like, which small water body is basically a common feature which connects Israel, Jordan, as well as Saudi Arabia. And they will mention certain gulfs. And over there, you will possibly assume that it was Red Sea that was connecting, but Gulf, Red Sea has an extension, the Gulf of Aqaba. Gulf of Aqaba is the correct answer. So they can twist and turn these things. So please very, very careful about these things, right? It is just an extension. Okay. Coming to Oman, you know that very well over here. How many of you know that, please note this very carefully. This is a region which we talk about when we are talking of Oman, right? How many of you know that Oman has an enclave over here, just at the Strait of Hormuz? How many of you know that? This particular part, when we talk about this, the Musaddam Peninsula is one of the, right? Clear? One of the enclaves of Oman. So that is why when a question is asked that is Oman in contact with the Persian Gulf, 99.9% people will say it is not. Because you will say Oman is over here, Persian Gulf is over here, but you need to remember that a small part or enclave of Oman is present over here. So because of that, you know that it is in contact with the Persian Gulf also. This is where UPSC is going to play with you, because they know that people will not know this. Am I clear to everybody? So see this again very carefully. You have Oman over here. This small part over here is an enclave of Oman. So that is why this part, like, it is very similar to the fact that like Alaska is with United States, though it is not directly in contact with the United States, right? Similarly, this enclave over here is a part of Oman. Clear? Similarly, see, this basically region is known as the Mudassam Peninsula. This is other part of Oman. Let's come back to the topic which we are doing, which is basically the neighboring countries over here. Let us assume right now you have realized that there are a lot of politics going on between Iran and United States. So supposingly Oman sits and says, why this is happening? Why USA? Why USA? Why are you doing this? So why USA? Why USA? So A is, let us say, silent here. Y is Yemen. U is United Arab Emirates. S is Saudi Arabia. Little bit you can remember, right? Why USA? So supposingly now remember, Oman has very good relationships with India. So has UAE. So supposingly Oman is thinking, why are you doing this USA? Why USA? Y is Yemen. U is United Arab Emirates and S is Saudi Arabia. Clear? So you know that very well over here. See, this is a region. This is a part where UAE is basically neighboring Oman. This is a particular part till here where Saudi Arabia is neighboring. And this is a part where Yemen is present. Clear, everybody? Clear? 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 Okay. So again coming back, UAE, Saudi Arabia and Yemen. So these are the three countries which are neighboring. Now if you ask me about the water bodies, how do you remember? Ago, A is the Arabian Sea, Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf. See, over here you have the Persian Gulf. Why Persian Gulf? Anybody? Okay. So notes please. Obviously, I have already told you that notes will be provided in the Telegram account. I have provided the notes of the previous lectures also, don't worry. This Mudassam Peninsula is in contact with the Persian Gulf, which is an enclave of Oman. So that means Oman is in contact with the Persian Gulf first. That is why I have added Persian Gulf here, Mudassam enclave. Over here, you know the Strait of Hormuz lies. Then you have the Gulf of Oman over here. So Gulf of Oman. Then you have other region remaining is the Arabian Sea. So you have the Arabian Sea. See it over here again. This is the Persian Gulf. This is again the Strait of Hormuz. This is the region where you basically have the Gulf of Oman here and you have the Arabian Sea. So three major water bodies which you should keep in mind. Clear? Keep in mind. Clear? Okay. Arabian Sea, Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf, which is the Mudassam enclave. Is everybody clear with this? Everybody clear? Okay. Now let us see UAE. Let us see UAE. Before I explain you the neighboring countries, let me just tell you one thing very clearly. When I say United Arab Emirates, just give me a minute. You should always keep in mind that it is basically a combination of 7 emirates. 7 emirates are there. That is why it is known as United Arab Emirates. Clear? Okay. Now let's see. This is again, if you see it from a broader perspective, this is UAE, this region. If I zoom it, then again, this is the description. Let us come back to the topic that we are doing. What are the neighboring countries of UAE? They can, let us say, ask you, UAE has only 3 neighboring countries. They can put as a statement there. No, it only has 2 neighboring countries. The 2 neighboring countries are SO, that is Saudi Arabia and Oman. Saudi Arabia and Oman. If you ask the water bodies, again, over here it is basically the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman on this side. And obviously you have the Strait of Hormuz which is present over here, which is again neighboring not only Oman but also the region of UAE over here. So Persian Gulf and Gulf of Oman are the 2 major water bodies which are basically present here. Clear? 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 Okay. Quickly, if you have any problem, please tell. Beta, Emirates over here, please remember. Various regions have their own systems of calling certain regions. Let us say, for example, I call states in India. United States, also called states. Some other country will basically use the word provinces. Yes. Similarly, you realize there are a lot of rulers which are ruling a region. So they came together and thought that we will have a United Arab Emirates over there. Emirates can be like a ruler who's ruling a particular region. Now some regions in India, let us say somebody call it a king, somebody call it a Maharaja, somebody call it a Raja. So the rulers over there, every emirate is like a region which is being ruled by a ruler or a king. And then because of that, you realize there are a lot of emirates that are present there. Now all of them combined together because they thought it will be mutually beneficial for them. And that is known as United Arab Emirates, UAE. 7 of them are there, right? Okay. Next comes Kuwait. Now, if you see Kuwait over here, everybody see here. This is Kuwait. Why I have picked up Kuwait is, you know that very well, there have been a lot of, again, it has been a part and parcel of the conflicts that basically took place which is going on between United States and United States and Iran. So Kuwait is also, again, one of the countries which have suffered a lot. So that is why I have taken Kuwait over here. Now, the question again arises over here is, what are the neighboring countries? If you see over here, SI, 2 neighboring countries are there. First is Iraq and other is Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, this part, and this is the Iraq part. They can ask you a part because it is very close to Iran. They can ask you that Iraq, Iran, Saudi Arabia are part of, let us say, neighboring countries of Kuwait. Iran is not. Iraq and Saudi Arabia. That is why these are the clarity which you need to know. If you will not do these things, you will never remember them. Clear? So, SI, Saudi Arabia and Iraq. These are the two countries which you basically see are neighboring. Right? Okay. Water body, only the Persian Gulf majorly over here which is present. Let's go back. This is the Persian Gulf, which is again a major water body that is neighboring it. Anybody having any problem? Clear? 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 Everybody, listen. Clear? Okay. Okay. Now see over here. When we talk about another very important region, you would have seen that mostly, now many of you will be asking me, sir, just tell me one thing, that you have covered the land region. What about those Caspian Sea, Black Sea, Mediterranean Sea? Beta, I have right now covered countries and their surrounding countries and the water bodies. After some time, after 5-7 minutes, I will cover those water bodies also, like what are the countries which are surrounding Mediterranean Sea, Black Sea, Caspian Sea, Red Sea, Persian Gulf. Those also will be covered here so that you will remember. If you remember them, the questions are going to come from these. I'm guaranteeing you this. I basically picked up the previous year questions of close to, let us say, 50 years. And out of those 50 years, I analyzed the trend, what type of questions basically UPSC is asking. So what they have done is after few years, they tend to pick up these Persian Gulf, Caspian Sea, Black Sea. And their favorite is Mediterranean Sea. And they will ask related to those topics. But let us say they can advance a topic and ask you, which are the countries of the African region which tend to border with Mediterranean Sea, something like that. So we will cover all these aspects. So when you cover them, you will be in a state where you can answer all these questions. So let's see. Sahel region. Now, if you see over here, Sahel region is again a very, very important region. Why? Because it is a transitional zone. Transitional zone because the region which is present over here, all these countries, these are again typically Sahara Desert, very arid in nature. Now, it does not mean that this country completely are Sahel. Please understand, see here, let me tell you why. Sahel region is not so wide. Sahel region is basically this much. I'll tell you how. This is a part which is basically Sahel region. Sahel region are not a huge area. Not huge in the sense that it does not cover the entire country. Why we have marked the country entirely is because in the examination they will ask you which all countries basically lie under this term Sahel region. That is why I marked. Otherwise, Sahel region is basically a very narrow belt when you compare it with Sahara Desert. So why it is a transitional zone is below this lies the savanna, and above this lies the Sahara Desert. So this particular region is a transitional zone between the Sahara Desert and the savanna region. Savanna, the grassland region. That is why this is very critical. This can be asked in your examination. So if I take this Sahel region, what it is? It is 5,400 kilometers long, semi-arid transitional belt in the North Central Africa, acting as a buffer between the Sahara Desert and the southern savannas. Now, what are all countries are basically present here? You have Senegal over here, Mauritania, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, Nigeria, Chad, Sudan and Eritrea. These are the countries which are present in the Senegal region. Clear? If you revise it 2-3 times, I'm telling you, you will be able to solve these questions also. This is very important. Close to 5 to 6 questions or 7 questions also can come from these mapping part, including the India mapping part obviously. 7 questions means close to 14 plus marks. Simple. Do you realize 14 or 14 plus marks, they are actually very important for you to qualify this examination. So if you do them, you will be able to solve them. Clear? Okay. Now another thing that comes is few questions which I assume because they were in the news also. Congo Basin. Because this is a basin of river Congo over here and its tributaries. So Congo Basin over here again covers all these countries. How do you remember? Cam, Car, Do, Congo, Easy. Now this was the only thing which I could get because there are a lot of countries. Cam over Cameroon, Car, capital C, Central African Republic, D, Democratic Republic of Congo, C is Congo, G is Gabon, and E is Equatorial Guinea. All these countries which are present here, these are basically representing the Congo Basin. Clear? Representing the Congo Basin. Please remember this. We will be doing questions also later on. Then comes the Amazon River Basin countries. What happens is, because in the examination, you know that very well, when we will be doing the topics for with respect to the continents, we will be covering the aspect of these rivers also. But right now the question over here is, because it is in the news. Why it was in the news? Please understand. Majorly because of the deforestation reasons. This is a region now, Amazon basin over here is very, very critical with respect to the rainforest that is present here, right? And obviously, if you are going to cut these things, this is going to impact or play a major role with respect to the climate change. So this has been continuously in the news, even in Down to Earth magazine also. So that is why they can ask you which are the countries which are basically lie or cover under this definition of the Amazon basin, right? So you know that the Amazon river and its various tributaries which are flowing. So this particular region which I have marked is basically the Amazon basin region. Now what are the countries? I have basically written BBC, GPS, WEF. BBC, Brazil, Bolivia, Colombia. G for Guyana, P for Peru, S for Suriname. VEF is Venezuela, Ecuador, and French Guiana. This is how you can possibly remember this also. So again important. Clear? Next. Why I have asked Tanzania over here? Please remember, recently Tanzania was again in the news. Why? 2-3 reasons have been there. It has been news because, again, with respect to the social media also, Tanzania has been in news with respect to certain evolutionary theories and studies which have been continuously been going on. So if you go to Tanzania, you will realize you will get a lot of fossils that are present over there with respect to the evolutionary studies. So this was present in the social media regarding that. It was present in the newspapers also. So Tanzania is again a very important region, along with Kenya for that matter. Secondly, again, the tourism over here is one of the very good examples. Kenya and Tanzania are promoting their regions as tourist destinations in Africa. Obviously, the government of India is also in memorandum of understanding and a lot of agreements also. So this again is in the news. So Tanzania over here will again be in the news. Again, obviously, disasters, that is also important. But these things are very, very importantly. Recently also it was present. Now let us see, when we're talking about Tanzania, there are a lot of countries which are present over here. Booms Ruck. Burundi, Uganda, Mozambique, Malawi, Zambia, Uganda, Congo, DRC, that is Democratic Republic of Congo, and Mozambique. And I've written Mozambique twice. Sorry, it should be Kenya. This should be Kenya, not Mozambique, Kenya. Mozambique we have already written there. Burundi, Uganda, Mozambique, Malawi, Zambia, Rwanda, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Kenya. These are the countries which you should remember. Clear? Okay. Nile River Basin. Now this question has not been asked, but this can be asked in the examination because we have done Congo Basin, we have done Amazon Basin. So this question comes obviously with respect to the aspect that which are the countries which are covered in the Nile Basin, River Basin, right? All these countries which are present over here are basically covered under the definition of the Nile River Basin countries. So please remember, there is again a blue Nile and a white Nile. When these Nile basically combine, then it is known as Nile. So the best mnemonic that I got is Best Dr. Kursi. Best Dr. Kursi. B is Burundi, E is Ethiopia, S is Sudan, T is Tanzania. Doctor over here, only D is being considered over here. Doctor. D is Democratic Republic of Congo. What is Kursi? K for Kenya, U for Uganda, R for Rwanda, S for South Sudan, E for Egypt, and E for Eritrea. So this is basically what? Best Dr. Kursi for Nile Basin, right? Nice, clear? Any problem here? Okay. Any issue, please tell me. Anything you want to ask here, please tell me. Quickly, if you want to ask anything, please ask. Anything you want to ask, please ask. Then we'll discuss Turkey. Any query, please ask. Okay, so how will you remember this? See, how will you remember Turkey? BAG. Bag is firstly B for Bulgaria, A for Armenia, G for Georgia, G for Greece, A for Azerbaijan, I for Iran, I for Iraq, and S for Syria. So these are all the countries which are basically neighboring Turkey over here. This question has been asked, right? The question has been asked. But along with it, please remember this. Yes, cyclone, absolutely. Cyclone is also important over there. That is also one of the reasons. But if I tell you, just in the news recently, it was with respect to the evolution, the most recent one. Obviously, the cyclone is there. There is no doubt about that. These are the countries which are neighboring Turkey. With respect to the water bodies, please understand. You have the Mediterranean Sea over here. You have the Black Sea over here. In the examination, they can ask you, like, Turkey is surrounded by the Black Sea, the Mediterranean Sea, the Caspian Sea, the Aegean Sea. Such list can be given. And then you have to answer whether it is correct or wrong based on the analysis. Clear? Now see here. Mediterranean Sea on the southern part, obviously southern and the western part also. Black Sea is in the north, right? Now, if you see, there are two places over here which can be asked. If you see, this is also a water body, right? It is connecting to this particular region, which is basically broadly the Mediterranean Sea, but part of it. So if you want to see this, let's see here. Everybody, this, please recollect or note this very carefully. This is Black Sea. There's a small water body here, and this is a part of the Mediterranean Sea. So see here. This is the Black Sea. Then you have this particular small water body, which I was telling you is Sea of Marmara. And this particular part is known as the Aegean Sea. This particular part is known as the Aegean Sea. This is basically Sea of Marmara. In the examination, they can ask you this, right? They can ask you that Turkey is, let us say, joining the Aegean Sea, yes. Mediterranean Sea, yes. Black Sea, yes. It is in contact with Sea of Marmara, yes. Clear, everybody? Clear, everybody? Okay, so we have done with those major regions which have been in the news and repeatedly asked. Clear? Now I am coming to those seas which are again very critical for your examination, like Caspian Sea, Mediterranean Sea, and the surrounding countries. Let's study them. Okay, the first is Persian Gulf. If you see Persian Gulf, where will I find Persian Gulf? Persian Gulf is found basically here. This is Persian Gulf. Now, if I want to study Persian Gulf, please see this very, very carefully. Over here, Persian Gulf is connected by the Gulf of Oman via the Strait of Hormuz. Now, you know in the news very clearly why the Strait of Hormuz is important. Majority of the fuel supply which is coming to various parts of the countries and the trade that is taking place is through the Strait of Hormuz. And that is why USA right now is fighting Iran, along with the other reasons, is because it is asking that open the Strait of Hormuz. I have given you 48 hours. This was the basic statement mentioned by the president. So this is where Strait of Hormuz is present. Clear? Now, when we are talking about the Persian Gulf over here, you can see lot of places which are basically present here. Now, one more thing which is very important here is the Kharg Island here. How many of you can see the Kharg Island? Very quickly. Very quickly. Kharg Island was in the news, right? Kharg Island was in the news. Now, you can ask, we asked a question. Kharg Island is located on the, let us say, the southern part of Persian Gulf. Let us say, or the eastern part of Persian Gulf. If you realize, this is approximately the northern part only. So, this is Kharg Island, which you had studied, where USA had basically attacked. We all know, we all know that Kharg Island is a part of Iran. It is clear. But they can ask you where in Persian Gulf it is located. The northern part, southern part, eastern part, western part. So, it is basically this northern part of the Persian, because this region is what? The northern part. So, you should know that this is basically present in this particular region, Kharg Island. It is in the news, so you should be knowing it. Clear? Now comes the important aspect is, what are the surrounding countries of Persian Gulf? This can be asked. So, the mnemonic which I got is Q-books I2. What is Q-books? Qatar, over here. UAE, this part. Bahrain, this small island which you can see. Oman, here because of the Mudassam Peninsula. Kuwait, over here. Saudi Arabia, again this is Saudi Arabia. Iran, obviously Iran over here. Iraq, this region of Iraq, see here. This region of Iraq, right? Clear? Done? So, Q-books I2 is basically Persian Gulf's mnemonic to remember the countries, because otherwise you know that it is very difficult. Q-books I2. Qatar, UAE, Bahrain, Oman, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Iran and Iraq. This is Q-books I2. Clear everybody? Okay. We have done Persian Gulf. Let's move to the Caspian Sea. If you look at Caspian Sea on this particular map, you will see this is the Caspian Sea. Right? Now the Caspian Sea countries again become very important. Let's see. How will you remember the Caspian Sea countries? In Hindi, you have a word Tariq. When we are conversing, Tariq. T-A-R-I-K, Tariq. Tariq means on which date. If you're not understanding the Hindi word Tariq, Tariq basically means which date, right? Tariq. Now, Tariq over here basically is a mnemonic which basically tells which of the countries are surrounding the Persian Gulf. Persian Gulf is being surrounded by Turkmenistan, this particular region. Azerbaijan, over here, if you see this particular region. This particular region is Turkmenistan, right? Then you have Russia. Then you have Russia over here. This is Kazakhstan part. This particular region is Russia. This particular region is Russia. And then finally, Iran. Iran is over here. So, you have all the countries which are present here: Turkmenistan, Azerbaijan, Russia, Iran and Kazakhstan. The mnemonic is Tariq. This question with respect to Caspian Sea has come in the UPSC examination at least thrice, if I take the last 15-20 years. Why? They have just changed the topic. I was analyzing it. Many people think that the Caspian Sea, Red Sea questions are, when they appeared, let us say a few years back, they possibly thought, how come this question is asked? Again, it was in the news, but more importantly, these questions have been asked 15-20 years back also. Though it was in a simple aspect, but the question was asked. So, I picked up the themes from there also. So, you will remember that Tariq basically means the countries which are surrounding the Caspian Sea: Turkmenistan, Azerbaijan, Russia, Iran and Kazakhstan. Clear? Let's move ahead. Now, you know that very well that there is another sea over here which is known as Aral Sea. It is known as Aral Sea. Now, Aral Sea is surrounded by two countries. It is Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan. You can be asked, because Aral Sea has been asked previously also with respect to climate change, and also few years back with respect to its position also. So, it is basically surrounded by two countries. You know that well. Over here, one is Kazakhstan, other is Uzbekistan. So very well be aware of these two countries. They can ask you, there are surrounded by 3 countries or 4 countries. No, it is 2 countries. Clear? Okay. Then comes Black Sea. If you see Black Sea over here, see. Black Sea. Let's come back here. Okay. If I want to, because there are a lot of countries over here, if you want to remember which are countries are basically in contact with Black Sea, then how will you remember? Tea and burger. Tea and burger. Out of tea, remember the word tea. Out of burger, B-U-R-G, leave R and R. T for Turkey, B for Bulgaria, U for Ukraine, R for Russia, G for Georgia, R for Romania. Tea and burger. If you put tea and burger, you will be able to recall what are the countries which are neighboring the Black Sea. Clear? Okay. Now comes the Red Sea. If you see Red Sea over here, this is Red Sea. Again, the question on Red Sea has been asked. See here. How will you remember the countries which are basically surrounding the Red Sea? Please remember, see it very carefully. This is the Gulf of Aqaba. This is the Gulf of Suez, and then you have the Suez Canal, right? The starting is Port Said. This is Suez Canal over here, then you have the Gulf of Suez, then you have the Gulf of Aqaba here. Obviously, these are extensions of the Red Sea only, and then you have the Red Sea over here. So, what are the countries surrounding? You'll remember DESI. DESI is Djibouti, Eritrea, Saudi Arabia, Sudan, Egypt, and Yemen. This again question has been asked, which are the countries which are surrounding, which are not surrounding that they had asked. So you should be very well aware of this. Okay, let's move ahead. Mediterranean Sea. Now see, Mediterranean Sea, when we are discussing the topic of Mediterranean Sea, in this particular topic, there are a lot of parts which are present with respect to the Asian region, the European region, and the African region. They can ask you with respect to any of these. So this question, when comes with respect to the Mediterranean Sea, it becomes really very difficult. Why does it become difficult? Because you should know that they can ask you the countries with respect to Europe, with respect to Asia, or with respect to Africa. And because a large number of countries are surrounding Mediterranean Sea, so it is very difficult to remember, and that is why UPSC's favorite topic is to ask the countries surrounding Mediterranean Sea. So you should be very well aware of it. See here. Countries surrounding with respect to African region, countries surrounding with respect to European region, and with respect to the Asian region. I have divided into 3 parts. Let us see one by one. First is with respect to the African countries which are surrounding the Mediterranean Sea. So you can basically remember these countries through a mnemonic known as METAL. Morocco, Egypt, Tunisia, Algeria, and Libya. So that means the African countries surrounding Mediterranean Sea, or let us say in contact with Mediterranean Sea, are basically what? METAL, Morocco, Egypt, Tunisia, Algeria, and Libya. If you see from the perspective of Asia, you have SILC. Now please remember, S is for Syria, I is for Israel, L is for Lebanon, C is for Cyprus. When you ask me why Y is present here, it is basically representing Turkey, because Turkey is over here, we are representing, it is a transcontinent, because it is part of, in a way, Asia also and Europe also. So that is why I put Y here to tell you in the examination, if they ask you which of the countries out of Asia are basically in contact with Mediterranean Sea, so you should include Turkey also. Obviously in Europe also you will include Turkey. Remember that. So Y over here is basically Turkey. European. Now in Europe, please remember there are multiple countries which are located, and it is a most difficult task to remember them. Very difficult. So what I have done is, see, Mami Ji salutes commander of BSF. This was the only thing which I got through which you can remember. Mami Ji over here, remember what is Mami? M-A-M-M-I. M for Malta, A for Albania, M for Monaco, M for Montenegro, I for Italy. Mami. G is Greece. Salutes is S, Slovenia. Commander, C, Croatia. BSF is Bosnia and Herzegovina. S is Spain, and F is France. So this was the only mnemonic which we got, so that you can basically recall it also. So this is Mami Ji salutes commander of BSF. These are basically countries with respect to Africa, Asia, and Europe. Clear? Okay. North Sea. North Sea. Now, North Sea again over here, if you remember, it is bordering United Kingdom, again, Norway, Denmark and all. This region again is in the news or has been in the news also for quite some time. So, how will you remember this? Gun sent to BSF. GN send to BSF. G for Germany, N for Netherlands, send is S for Scotland from UK, E is England, D, N is Norway, D is Denmark, BSF is Belgium, Sweden and France. So this is a mnemonic which I have created. If you revise it again and again, it will be easy for you to remember also. Clear? Okay. Again, one thing that was generally not covered is the Adriatic Sea. If you see Adriatic Sea, the neighboring countries is MBA is cool. MBA Montenegro, Bosnia and Herzegovina, A is Albania, I is Italy, S is Slovenia, cool, C is Croatia. This can be asked in the examination. It was in the news. Clear? It was in the news, so you should be able to recall. Revise it, please, well. Now comes South China Sea. Everybody knows that South China Sea is a bone of contention where China is basically trying to extend its tentacles, and a lot of controversy and issues with respect to the boundaries are present with its neighbors. Now, when we talk about South China Sea, there are a lot of countries which are present over here. And they can very well ask you which of the countries is not a part of the South China Sea or bordering the South China Sea. So, you should know that SBI VP to TMC. Now, many will say TMC Trinamool Congress, so just remember it. Na? SBI's Vice President is talking to TMC. S for Singapore, B for Brunei, I for Indonesia. Vice President VP, Vietnam, Philippines, TMC, T for Taiwan, M for Malaysia, C for China. This is how you can remember all the countries which are present. See over here, Taiwan, this is China, this is Vietnam. If you see Malaysia over here, Malaysia here also. Small over here is Singapore present here, Singapore, Indonesia here, Brunei here, Philippines here. So all the countries are covered over here. Am I clear? Am I clear? Quickly tell me, am I clear? Any issue, please ask. I have covered all those points and regions which have been in the news right now, especially with respect to these neighboring countries and all. Now I am beginning with the topic of continent-wise analysis, so that when every continent we'll study what are the important regions, what are the important peaks, what are the important ranges, a little bit about vegetation, a little bit about economy also, wind minerals also. Now what I am doing right now again is a one comprehensive section where you will get all the continents and whatever you need to know with respect to the regions. Now many of the things we've already done, like for example, Persian Gulf, all these things have been done. So when we'll be doing Asia, you already know these things. So it will be easy for you to remember and recall also. Now, let me begin with the first continent, that is Australia, right? Let's see. As I've shown you, this is a world map, right? In the world map, if I want to ask, you know that very well. This is a Tropic of Cancer, this is Equator, and this is Tropic of Capricorn. With respect to the countries which we had discussed crossing or cutting Tropic of Capricorn, Australia was also one of those countries. So, Tropic of Capricorn is basically cutting the Australian continent also, right? Now, let's see, come back here. This is the map of Australia, and obviously this is New Zealand and this is Tasmania. We'll study that. Before we go on to the Australia as a region, let us understand its location well. Now, see. All the countries which are basically on the eastern side of the prime meridian are considered as a part of the eastern hemisphere. Those in the west are the part of the western hemisphere. We already know that. Those south of the equator are basically the southern hemisphere. Those on the north of the equator basically referred to as the northern hemisphere. Now, if I see the position of Australia, you will see it is completely in the southern hemisphere. Yes. It is completely in the eastern hemisphere. Yes. So I can say that it is basically lying in the southeastern hemisphere. This again can be asked in your examinations also, that Australia lies completely in the southeastern hemisphere. Yes, the statement is correct. Clear? Okay. Now, if we move ahead, certain facts with respect to Australia, we'll do certain facts, then we'll cover all the aspects related to these continents also. When I say Australia, you know that it is the smallest continent among all the continents that we study. The important thing over here is, it is the 6th largest country. It is an island continent. It is also known as the southern continent. About 76.9 lakh kilometers square is the area. Now, what names I have mentioned right now over here with respect to island continent, southern continent, all these are basically describing Australia in one or the other way. Clear? Right? Clear? Now let's begin with the one by one thing over here with respect to Australia. You have very often heard of certain words. There are certain islands which we study, sometimes Melanesia, then we study aspect of, let us say, Polynesia, then we study the aspects of Micronesia. Please remember, this is supposingly all these islands which you are seeing over here. If you see Australia here, New Zealand, and there are a lot of Pacific islands which are present over here. So please remember, there is a word which is used, Oceania. Oceania. Oceania basically includes Australia, New Zealand, and all these small islands which are present with respect to the neighboring regions of Australia and in the Pacific region, Pacific Ocean. These are referred to as Oceania. So you can be asked this question, you should be aware of this first of all. Second, now the topic comes that which are Melanesian islands, which are Micronesian islands, and which are Polynesian islands. This can be asked in your examination. They can give you certain names and they can ask you which among these islands are basically these are Micronesian islands, these are Polynesian islands, these are let us say islands in the Indian Ocean. This can be asked. So what I have done is I have put certain important islands which can be asked in the examination. So you should be a little bit aware they come under the category of Polynesia, Micronesia, Melanesia. If you see over here, first of all, one more thing, there is a huge area over here which is basically a triangular in shape. This is referred to as Polynesia. New Zealand is considered a part of Polynesian islands. New Zealand, again understand conventionally, even if you see the Australian website, Australia or New Zealand website, New Zealand is considered a part of the Polynesian island. So if you are of the view that possibly no, this will be a wrong statement, no, it is correct. If you see this Polynesian island, it is like a triangular stretch. On the one side is you have the New Zealand island. On the top you have Hawaiian island. And over here approximately the Eastern islands. You know that very well, Hawaii is basically a territory of the United States. Yes, you know that Hawaiian Islands, it is a territory of the United States. All these islands, Hawaiian, Samoa, Cook Island, Tahiti, Marquesas Island. Tahiti is important with respect to, it has a climatic control center over here which tends to analyze it, right? It tries to basically analyze it. What analyze it? It basically analyzes with respect to the climatic changes that are taking place. When you talk about El Nino, have you ever heard if you analyze it, that we basically use Tahiti as a center. We basically use Tahiti as a center for analysis. How many of you have heard this? Anybody? How many of you have heard of Tahiti as a center where climatic analysis and measurement is done very often? If you would have heard or studied El Nino or La Nina, or let us say with respect to these phenomena, you would have very often come across word Tahiti being mentioned here. Because Tahiti is a very important island with respect to calculation and measurement of these things with respect to the meteorological changes that are taking place. Clear? Now see over here. So within these regions, these are basically broadly what? Polynesian islands. If you come to Melanesia, you will come across certain islands like Fiji, New Caledonia, Vanuatu, Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands, Santa Cruz. All these islands are basically in the Melanesian region. Now if you come in the Micronesian islands, you will realize you have Palau, Caroline Islands, Marina Islands, Marshall Islands and Kiribati over here. One more thing, I'll ask you one question, right? One more question. Anybody can tell me which island of these oceanian region have a name very similar to that of an island in India? Anybody? Clear? Tell me. Everybody. Which island of these oceanian islands has a name very similar to that of an island in India? See the board right now. See the board right now and tell me what is the name. Possibly if you can answer it, let's see. Give you 2 minutes. Answer. Tell me. Anybody here? Quickly. Anybody here? Kiribati. How come this year? Did you realize you have studied about Kiribati? A very similar name in the Lakshadweep Islands. I had done in the previous session if you would have studied that. So you have Kiribati over here also, right? You have the Tuvalu over here just above Fiji Islands, right? Somebody was asking me. So these islands are present here. So you should have a brief idea. Polynesian Islands are majorly on the complete eastern side. You have the Melanesian Islands again on the eastern side. Again, above that you have the Micronesian Islands. Clear? So this is broad aspect of the ocean. And now let us come back to the mainland, that is Australia. Please understand, Australia over here has certain states and has certain mainland territories. Mainland territories. Now please understand. Let us see its states. What are the capitals? Because very often you people get confused with respect to these states. It has 6 states. Now this is an official information. Many books have misprinted, misinformed this. So please note this very carefully. Whenever I talk about the states, it has one state as New South Wales. The capital is Sydney. We'll show you. Don't worry about this. You can see this over here. I'll show you. Don't worry. Just see for the timing. New South Wales, capital as Sydney. Victoria as a capital as Melbourne. Queensland, capital as Brisbane. South Australia, capital is Adelaide. West Australia's capital is Perth. Tasmania, small island, capital is Hobart. Right? Capital is Hobart. Now, mainland territory, if you see, it is again Australian Capital Territory. Now, it is not a state. It is under the control of the central government. Now, mainland territory over here is Australian Capital Territory, that is Canberra. The capital is Canberra, you should know that. Northern Territory, capital Darwin, is again under the central government, not a state. Clear? Now see over here. If you see, this is what the Northern Territory. This is the Western Australian part. This is South Australian part. This is Victoria. This is Tasmania. This is New South Wales. This is Queensland. Obviously, this is New Zealand. The Northern Island and the Southern Island. So these are all the parts over here. Now if I show you the capital, Brisbane, Sydney, Canberra, Melbourne, Adelaide, Perth and Darwin. Now very often people get confused how you'll remember this. There's a way to remember the order. See here. See the order. BSc, MA, PhD. BA, BSc, MA, PhD. How will you remember this now? See. Brisbane, Sydney, Canberra, Melbourne, Adelaide, P for Perth, H is silent, D for Darwin. So if you go in a clockwise manner, you have Brisbane, Sydney, Canberra, Melbourne, Adelaide, Perth, Darwin. Will you remember this? This is a way through which you can basically recall them. Otherwise, it becomes difficult to recall the order. Which state? Now, they can even ask you the order also sometimes, so you should know this. Clear? This mnemonic will work for you. BSc, MA, PhD. B for Brisbane, Sydney, Canberra, Melbourne, Adelaide, Perth and Darwin. Clear everybody? Okay, let's move ahead. Physical divisions of Australia. Physical divisions of Australia. Please see this very carefully. Whenever we talk about the physical divisions, there are a lot of regions where Australia can be divided. Let us see one by one. First, let us see first of all, Eastern Highlands, the Western Plateau, Desert, Central Lowland and the Great Barrier Reef. These are the broad 5 divisions where we can divide Australia into. Clear? Clear? See here. Eastern Highlands. If you see the eastern region over here, there are again certain ranges which are present, which basically lead to them, basically broadly referred to as the Eastern Highlands or the Eastern Highland region. This is a chain of hills and mountains, which is basically known as a Great Dividing Range. Great Dividing Range. Further, it is extended. This range is known as the New England Range. This Great Dividing Range is further extended till here, right? It stretches over 3,500 kilometers. It is not a single mountain range, but it is again a set of various mountain ranges, and obviously various places it is broken. So this is the Eastern Highland Range, and you should remember that on the eastern part you have a very important range which is known as the Great Dividing Range. And this small range, again, and part of it, this is known as the New England Range. This is known as the New England Range. Clear? New England Range. Now, if you move to the first part, clear? Eastern Highlands. Eastern Highlands basically the region where again you have a chain of mountains, ranges that are present here. Again, they're not continuous, they're a little broken also. This is known as the Great Dividing Range, and it stretches for greater than 3,500 kilometers, and it is not a singular chain. Again, broken, a lot of other chains are also there. So, Great Dividing Range. This is also extension. This is also Great Dividing Range. Please remember. This part is known as the New England Range. You can be asked this. The Great Dividing Range is associated with Australia, where on the eastern part. Next comes the Western Plateau. This particular region over here is known as the Western Plateau of Australia. Again, a physiographic division, very important. This is an eroded plateau. It has various sinkholes filled with water. It is home to several deserts, home to the Australian Aboriginal tribes. So again, this plateau over here is severely eroded. A lot of tribes are basically staying here, indigenous tribes of Australia staying here. And along with it, again, a lot of sinkholes are present here which have been filled with water. So again, a source for water also for these tribes. Clear? Clear? Chaliye. New England, better New England Range. The name of this range is New England Range. It is an extension only of the Great Dividing Range. But this particular range, which is parallel to this particular range. So this is completely Great Dividing Range. From here till here, but there are certain other ranges which are also moving. So this particular range over here is known as the Great Dividing Range. Clear? Okay. Next comes the deserts. Now there are a lot of deserts. In the examination, you will not be asked, okay, give the details of this particular desert, right? You can be asked, there will be a list of deserts. They'll ask you which of these deserts are associated with, let us say, which country. Or they can mention a desert in front of them and mention a country. Right, they can mention Kalahari Desert and they can mention, let us say, some region or Africa. They can mention, let us say, the Gibson Desert, and they can mention United States. You know that it is present in Australia. So that is why knowing the deserts, knowing these rivers, knowing the mountain peaks and the ranges is important, because they will give you for the match the following. The questions which come with respect to the match the following, again, are based on these simple things only which you need to know. See here. If you see the desert, there are very important deserts. Primarily, these 5 deserts are present. First is the Great Sandy Desert. Below that, you have the Gibson Desert. Then you have the Great Victorian Desert. There are 2 other deserts. You have the Tanami Desert and the Simpson Desert. These are the 5 major deserts of Australia. You should know them. The moment the name comes, you should be able to recall them. Clear? The moment it comes, you should be able to recall them. The reason is, they can ask you these questions. Like for example, they will ask you desert, then they will ask you the country or region. They will put Gibson, they will put in front of it not USA, right? Similarly, such matching will be done. So you should be very well aware of it. Again, the Great Sandy Desert, below that is Gibson Desert, then you have the Great Victorian Desert. Then you have on the, almost on the middle part, you have the Simpson Desert, and on top you have the Tanami Desert, right? Okay. Next, fourth part is the central lowland. What? The central lowland. This extensive patch which is present, it is basically present between the Western Plateau region as well as the Eastern Highlands. So this is a plain patch over here, and it is again fertile also for the reason because it is drained by many rivers also. Over here you realize that it is drained by the Murray River and the Darling River. We'll see their location also, don't need to worry. Just if you want to see. Okay, let's see. So You have the Murray River and the Darling River over here, right? Just a minute. Okay. You have this Murray River and the Darling River over here. Though this region over here completely basically forms is very fertile. So let's see. So this region is again fertile because of the tributaries of Darling and Murray. Over here you have a lake, Erie, which is again 12 meters below the sea level, a very, very important lake that is present here. Clear? Clear? Okay. So extensive patch of plain between the Eastern Highlands and the Western Plateau, drained by Murray and Darling. Again, two very, very important rivers. You can be asked also, we'll do the river part. These rivers which are associated with which country or continent. So you should know them. Okay. Let's move ahead. Fifth part is the Great Barrier Reef. Now, you know that many of you do not know even the location of the barrier reef. So you should be very well clear that this is a particular region along the coast of Queensland that the Great Barrier Reef is present. Now, this is the largest coral reef in the world. And you know that very well, it is subjected to a lot of climatic changes, and that is why it is suffering a lot of deterioration also. So that is why this has been the news also. It lies along the eastern coast of Queensland. So this is a region lying around the eastern coast of Queensland where this Great Barrier Reef is present. It is one of the natural wonders of the world, and the length is about 2,000 kilometers. Now this is the fifth physiographic division which we have classified or put standardly with respect to Australia. Now next, over here are the important mountain ranges. Now let us see here. If you see the Western Australian region, you have a very important mountain range which is referred to as the Darling Range. Now what I believe personally is, a question can be asked in order to confuse you. If I ask a statement, just see this Darling Range, and just now you saw the position of Murray and Darling rivers. If a question is asked, the Darling Range is associated with the Darling River, is that statement correct or is that statement wrong? Can anybody tell me this answer? Darling Range is associated directly with Darling River. You just now saw the position of Darling River, though I'll show you again because we have to do the rivers of Australia. Is this statement correct or not? See here, this is Darling Range, right? This is Darling Range. And just to show you this, let's come to rivers. This is the Darling River. Just imagine it is on this corner and Darling Range is in that corner. So please remember, bache, that these are the places where UPSC plays with you. The moment if you haven't studied that, if you supposingly you have studied it, you know Darling Range is here, you know Darling River is that side, so it is not connected. No, not possible only. But if you haven't studied, if you are putting flukes, you will obviously say, "Arey yes, yeah, Darling River, Darling Range, both are darling, and both the result will be same." So no, let's come back. Okay. You have the Darling Range over here in the Western Australia. If you move further upwards, you will realize that over here you have the Hammersley Range over here, right? Very important range. See, whatever I am doing here with respect to the ranges, these are the maximum that you need to do. If you go beyond that, it is not going to be fruitful or beneficial also. So I've covered most of the dimensions with respect to the old NCRTs which used to mention the continents, as well as what have been in the news also. So my request is, if you are doing these things, it is more than sufficient, provided that you revise it again and again. If you see Northern Territory over here, you have the McDonnell Range over here. If you further move down, over here, you have Musgrave Range present over here. Then you further have the Finders Range present here. Then if you come to the Queensland region over here, you have the Great Dividing Range. Please remember, the Great Dividing Range is not confined to one particular state, because it extends from Great Dividing Range, it further extends to New South Wales also. So this is again an extension over here. This particular is known as New England Range. This small part which is extending from New South Wales to Victoria is basically the Southern Alps. Australian Alps, sorry. If you come to New Zealand, you have the Southern Alps in the southern island of New Zealand. Clear? 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 All clear? Okay. Quickly revising it again. Quickly revise it again. You have the Darling Range on the east, southern western side. Then you have the Hammersley Range. Then you come to the Northern Territory of the McDonald Range. Then you have the Musgrave Range. You have the Finders Range. You come to the eastern side, you have the Great Dividing Range, which is further extending till the New South Wales and also further. Then you have the New England Range on the eastern side over here. Then you have the Australian Alps, which is extending to the New South Wales and Victoria. Then you have the Southern Alps in the region of New Zealand. Clear? Done? Okay. Now, let us move to some important peaks. Now, important thing is, we should know the mountain ranges also on which they are present. Now, there are a lot of peaks that are present, but again, you need to remember few because which are the important ones. Otherwise, if you keep on studying, there are n number of peaks present in every continent. Okay. First, if you see Mount Bruce is present on the Hammersley Range over here. This is what? Mount Bruce. If you come to the McDonald Range, you have the Mount Zeil, Z-E-I-L. If you see the Musgrave Range, you have the Woodruff, basically peak that is present in the Musgrave Range. Now, important thing over here is the most important peak or the tallest peak that is present in Australia is, let me highlight it because it is not clear, Mount Kosciuszko. Kosciuszko. It is present in the Great Dividing Range and extension of it, right? Great Dividing Range. Clear? Everybody. Names are very difficult, but again, you need to understand. They will ask you. They will put a name and they will ask you. The, let us say, the country. So, Kosciuszko, it is the tallest in Australia, which is in the Great Dividing Range. Clear? Clear, everybody? I know, Ashish, it is a little difficult. Richie, Karnataka, welcome. So please remember, at least you will have to remember this because they can ask you the tallest one. Clear? Okay. Now, coming to the next is important rivers. Important rivers. See here. You have a very important river over here, which is known as Murchison. Then, on the northern part, you have a very important river, which is known as River Victoria. Then you have two important rivers, which are almost like in a parallel condition. Dimentina over here. Dimentina. And the other one is Thompson. Then this particular region, which is very, very, very important over here, is again a river which is known as Darling. This is again the whole river which is known as again Murray. Now, Murray River is the longest river, 2,508 kilometers. Again, there is another river over here which is known as Lachlan. Most important river over here is the Murray River, which is the longest river, 2,508 kilometers. So, you should know that very well that Murray River is the longest river. Murray and Darling Basin over here is again a very important fertile region also. And this region you should keep in mind. Clear? Okay. Important lakes. Just give me a minute. Okay. Lake, where is, okay. If you realize here, Lake Murray is present over here. Lake Bals is present on this region. You have one lake which is very interesting lake, which is Disappointment. Its name is Lake Disappointment. Now, in the examination, when you are attempting the question, a question can come. Lake Disappointment is associated with which country? Now, you will say, how can a lake be known as Disappointment? But again, it is in Australia. Then you have Lake Woods on the eastern side of Victorian River. You have Lake Erie. Then there are small two rivers present here. Lakes present here. This lake is basically known as Lake Gardner, and this small lake is known as Lake Torrens. Lake Torrens. Clear? Clear? Many will be thinking, sir, while giving the paper, if we are feeling very disappointed, then the lake is also disappointed. That is why it is said, whatever be the story. We are not concerned with respect to the story, but at least we should remember that it is lake disappointment that is present in Australia. Clear? Okay, let's move ahead. Important water bodies. See, these are certain important water bodies that you should know and recall and remember. Like, if you see this region over here is the Great Barrier Reef, right? If you go to this region, you have the Coral Sea present over here in the north eastern part. This complete ocean on the side is Pacific Ocean. This is Gulf of Carpentria. This is Timor Sea. On the western side is the Indian Ocean. This is a small bay which is present, is known as the Shark Bay. This is because like a bite you have taken, so that is what is known as a Great Australian Bight. This is basically Tasmania. Between Tasmania and mainland Australia, there is a strait which is known as a Bass Strait. Now, between New Zealand and Australia, there is a small sea which is known as the Tasman Sea. And between the Northern Island and Southern Island, you have the Cook Strait. Okay, one interesting question. If you are a fan of cricket, Australian team, if you see, Ricky Ponting was born in which of these particular places? Can anybody know this? Or anybody knows it? Where was Ricky Ponting born? Anybody? Does anybody know where Ricky Ponting was born? Don't tell me Australia. I very well know it is Australia. We are asking the province. We are asking the province. Yes, it's Tasmania. Yes, exactly, Tasmania. Ricky Ponting, yes, the former captain of the Australian team, a very brilliant captain. Okay. Natural vegetation. Now, we have already broadly know what are the features of vegetation, so I'm not going to go into detail. We should have a brief idea. Right? Okay. If you see, this is basically the woodland region. The white, yellow is basically the desert type. This is basically scrubland. Green is basically the present with respect to the open forest. This is alpine vegetation, and pink over here is basically referring to a little mixed type of a forest, and there is an influence of little forest also, arid forest, as well as the influence of the climatic regions also. So it is a mixed type that is present over here. Rest of them are again desert, scrubland. Brief idea, you should know what they are. So you do not have to go into detail with respect to the vegetation over here, because the questions can be asked broadly with respect to the climate, like what type of climate is experienced during the winter time when you compare it with another type, right? So my request is, that many of you are asking, it is a request to me, if you are depending on that right now, we will do it, but the same video in the form of an independent video has been uploaded with respect to climatology as well as oceanography. I don't know why many people are asking, but they haven't seen those videos. Have you gone through the playlist? It is my request to you, we will have those videos also live. If you want, we will have them live, climatology and oceanography. But meanwhile, the videos on climatology and oceanography chapter-wise have also been uploaded. I don't know how come many people are not seeing that. That means you need to go through the videos completely, that what videos have been uploaded. We will come with oceanography and climatology also live. But you know, if you are currently depending that we are coming, so meanwhile, because we have a schedule with respect to these regions, right? First of all, cover those videos also if you're depending on it. We will also cover it. First thing. Second thing, right now, very important session is going on. In the examination, it is not necessary the only topics which you are asking are coming. These topics are equally important, right? So please focus here also. These, again, you will come across such topics, 7 to 8 questions will come from them also. Clear? Okay. So next comes the aspect of little bit minerals. Now, when you talk about, right, when you talk about the aspect of the minerals that are present, you will see that there are a lot of minerals present. Coal, uranium, copper, lead, iron, diamond. Do you realize that coal is present in large quantities in this region? C is referred to as coal here. Coal is present in all these regions over here. If you say uranium, uranium is also present in large quantities in this region. Copper also is present in large quantities. Iron also is present over here. Lead is also present. So do you realize, how many of you know that India basically imports coal? Right? Clear? How many of you know that India imports coal? India has been importing coal. Many of you know that India has a lot of coal, but it is not a good quality coal. It is inferior quality coal. That is why India tends to import coal. So now these are the countries in the examination. If the question is coming that India is importing coal, you know an idea that again Australia is present there. Yes. Along with it, Australia is again a major producer of uranium also. Right? It is major producer of uranium also. So uranium is present in the northern region or northern part of Australia. This is again, see, though this this question or this difficulty will not come, they will only ask uranium in Australia. But for your information, large quantities of uranium is present in the northern part of Australia. Large quantities of coal is present on the eastern and the southern part of Australia. These are two things which you should know. Clear? Clear? Okay. So, clear? Any query? Yes. Why I have mentioned coal? Why did I mention about the import? Because India imports a large quantities of coal from Australia. Clear? Okay. From Indonesia also. Absolutely. Brilliant. Brilliant. Okay. Done. Climatic regions. Now again, this is again not a very important thing, but you should briefly have an idea. The northern part basically experiences monsoon type of climate. Monsoon over here does not mean true monsoon, but again it basically means there is certain reversal of the winds that happen in the various seasons. That is why monsoon type. Over here, this is a hot desert region over here. This is again the savanna. This is a savanna, that is a grassland region. This is the Mediterranean type of climate. Mediterranean means, if I ask you one thing, that this part is experiencing Mediterranean type of climate, right? Just tell me one thing. Okay. What do you mean by the Mediterranean type of climate? What is the core meaning of that? Anybody? Mediterranean climate basically means that this is a region which basically experiences rainfall during the time of the winter season because of the seasonal reversal of winds. Please remember this, in this UPSC examination also, you will come across questions which are based on Mediterranean Sea or Mediterranean type of climate, right? Mediterranean climate basically has relatively drier summers, right? Very less rainfall, and in the winter season you have rainfall because of the shifting of the pressure belts. So that means this region is experiencing rainfall during the winter time. If you see the regions of Tamil Nadu, they come under the region of the winter rainfall. Right? Clear? Okay. Now, this is again the subhumid type. Again, this is savanna. This is equatorial region. So briefly, and this is maritime. Briefly, idea should be there. This is not very important. The important one was the physiographic division and the mountain ranges. Right? Okay. Antarctica is clear. It is clear with respect to the Australian region. Clear? Australian region. Now let's come to the continent of Antarctica. You know that this is one topic which is mostly neglected. People do not read Antarctica. Why don't they read Antarctica? Because they think that what is the need for doing Antarctica? Nobody will ask any question. Antarctica is important and the questions will be asked because regularly this topic is coming in the news. So if you see the map of India, if you realize that there are a lot of continents here, North America, South America, Europe, Africa, Asia, Australia, and below over here is Antarctica. Now if I'm talking Antarctica, you will realize for yourself that this is Antarctica. Now, if we study from the hemispherical perspective, just tell me one thing, all the countries on the eastern part are the eastern hemisphere. These are the western hemisphere. This is the northern hemisphere. This is the southern hemisphere. So, you know one thing, that Antarctica is completely in the southern hemisphere. That is clear. There is no doubt about that. But can I say it is completely in the eastern hemisphere or western hemisphere? No. Because large part of it is in the eastern hemisphere and the other part is in the western hemisphere. So what can I say with respect to the exact position? It lies in the southwestern and southeastern hemispheres. If somebody mentions this point that Antarctica lies in the southeastern hemisphere only, then that is a wrong statement. It is in the southeastern as well as the southwestern hemisphere. This is a region where I have shown you, because on the eastern side of this is complete eastern hemisphere, this is western hemisphere. So this region over here is southwestern and southeastern hemisphere both. Clear? Clear? Exactly. Now please understand this. This is a broad map that I have drawn with respect to Antarctica. This particular point is the South Pole. Because most of you have not studied Antarctica. Why you haven't studied Antarctica? Because you do not study it, right? People think, what is the need for studying Antarctica? But I personally believe now UPSC will ask questions from this region. They will ask you with respect to the regions, the mountains also, possibly the ice shelves that are present here. They can ask you this. So you should be very clear with it. Let's see. When I talk about Antarctica, it is the 5th largest continent. The area is 14 million square kilometers. It is surrounded by Southern Ocean. If you see the world map, you know this very well, that this region is known as the Southern Ocean. You know that? This particular region over here is known as what? The Southern Ocean, right? So when I say Southern Ocean, you know that it is surrounded by Southern Ocean. So let's come back here. It is surrounded by Southern Ocean. 98% of Antarctica is covered with ice, averaging 1.9 kilometers thick. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the, okay? 1.9 kilometer thickness, can you imagine? What is the level of thickness? 1.9 kilometers thickness. So even if you keep on going down till, because you should know one thing, Antarctica is a continent. Arctic Sea is basically water which is covered with ice. This is again has a solid, it is a continent. And the thickness is so much that you cannot even imagine. Clear? Now average. There are certain regions which have less, there are certain regions which have more. It is average. Now let's see here. Now please understand this very well. This is South Pole. If it is a South Pole, do you realize from this pole the longitudes will be moving outward? Yes or no? Quickly tell me. I told you when I'm talking about longitudes, now North Pole and South Pole are connected. All the longitudes basically merge at the North Pole and all of them merge at South Pole. Yes? So from these points, the longitudes will emerge and move outward. So can I say, if I'm looking at the Antarctica as a continent here, you just see that these are the poles which are emerging, and this is 0 degree, that is the prime meridian, and this is the opposite line, international date line, 180 degree. Clear? Can you imagine it? Can you imagine it? Is it clear? So this is again, this is how it is basically moving. Clear? Okay. Now let's come back. Physical division, now something that you would have not done also. Physical division, it is important because Antarctica is a very important continent also for today's this year's examination. East Antarctica or the Greater Antarctica, West Antarctica or the Lesser Antarctica, Transatlantic Mountains, major plateaus and the ice shelves. These are the broad 5 physical divisions of Antarctica which we have to study. Let's see this. First is East Antarctica or the Greater Antarctica. Please remember, I had shown you this very photograph of Antarctica and it is divided into various parts. Now this major part over here, this major part is known as East Antarctica or the Greater Antarctica. Now tell me one thing very clearly. If I ask you, South Pole is located on which part of Antarctica, then you should know one thing, that it is located on the East Antarctic region or East Antarctica. Clear? Now please remember, there is a lot of characteristics also that are associated with that. Clear? Okay. Occupies 75% of the continent. So if you see the total continent of Australia, 75% of it is covered with East Antarctica. It lies mostly in the eastern hemisphere. Ice covers is about 4.8 kilometers thick. Can you even imagine here? 4.8 kilometer thickness is the of the ice that is present here. Next is, it is geologically stable. You know that very well. Whenever we talk about stability, we very well know that there is a concept of plate tectonics which you have studied in various marathons and all, and which is basically responsible in a way with respect to whether a region is stable or not. What is the geology of that particular region? So we generally see that the region which is referred to as the Eastern Antarctica or the East Antarctica or Greater Antarctica is geologically stable, much more stabler, and again a lot of thickness with respect to ice is present here. Clear? And majority of it is in the Eastern Hemisphere. Clear? Now let's come to the next part. This region over here is Western Antarctica. Western Antarctica. It is smaller, younger and geologically active region. So it is basically younger in nature. It is more geologically active. So that is why you will say that it is over here active. That means there is a possibility of let us say some tectonic movements and taking place over here, right? It mostly is in the Western Hemisphere, characterized by volcanic eruptions, rift valley and deep basins. So when we talk about volcanic eruptions, that means this is also associated with lack of stability, because again movement of the tectonic plates might be taking place. When I talk about the Eastern Australian part, you did not see any major volcanic thing being mentioned when I explained you that part. Why? Because it is stable in nature. Over here, this is relatively younger. It is smaller right now. And again, volcanic eruptions or let us say volcanic activities are taking place in this particular region. Clear? This is known as West Australia or Lesser Australia. Clear? Now let us move ahead. Transatlantic mountain. Now please see over here. This particular range which we are drawn over here, it is basically referred to as the transatlantic mountain. Length is about 3,500 kilometers. Just imagine this is about 3,500 kilometers long. This range is basically dividing the Eastern Australian from the West Australia, right? It extends from Ross Sea to Weddell Sea. We'll see that also. See over here, just to show you. This region is known as a Ross Sea. This region is known as a Weddell Sea. So right from Ross Sea till the Weddell Sea, the extension of the transatlantic mountain range is present there. Clear? Okay. Transantarctic, right? Okay. What happened? Sorry. Transantarctic. Okay. By mistake, I would have mentioned Transantarctic. By mistake, I mentioned Atlantic. It is Transatlantic. Transantarctic over here, understand, from the Ross Sea to the Weddell Sea, it is basically what? The Transantarctic, 3,500 kilometers long. Now, it is basically dividing the eastern part from the western part. Clear? Now, it extends from Ross Sea to the Weddell Sea. This region is known as a Ross Sea. This is known as a Weddell Sea. So, it is extending from the Ross Sea to the Weddell Sea. Important peaks over here, please remember. Mount Kirkpatrick and Mount Markham. Over here, we'll see. These are the two important peaks that are associated with Antarctica. In the examination, they can ask you, these two mountains are associated with which continent? Clear? Clear? Which continent? You will see Mount Kirkpatrick and Mount Markham are the important peaks which are present in this particular Trans-Antarctic range. Please remember this, again very important, because the moment you see Kirkpatrick, you will say it can be in Africa. Least interest, because you haven't studied Antarctica, so you will most possibly mark Africa over there, so that will be wrong. Clear? Okay. Major plateaus. If you see, there are a lot of plateaus that are present over here. This is basically Queen's Maudland Plateau over here. Below that, you have close to the South Pole, you have the Polar Plateau. If you come over here, you have the Palmaire Plateau present in this particular region. Within this particular region, which is the West Antarctic region, you have the Ellsworth Plateau. Over you have the Mare Bayard Plateau. Over you have the Kaiser-Wilhelm II Plateau. Just tell me one thing, Kaiser-Wilhelm is associated with this person, Kaiser-Wilhelm is associated with which country? Can anybody tell me this? Anybody? Kaiser-Wilhelm 2 plateau is present here. So Kaiser-Wilhelm is associated with which particular country? Can anybody tell me? If you would have studied world history, you would know this very well. Anybody? Anybody? Somebody is in class 12th. Okay, doesn't matter. It can be useful for you also. Germany, exactly. Then you have the Wilkes Land Plateau present over here, and below at this region over here, you have Victoria Land Plateau. These are the important plateaus, and I have covered most of them because you don't have to go beyond that. Please remember, these are more than what you need to do also. So I've covered all the plateaus over here. Clear? Okay. Now comes the ice shelves. Very important ice shelf, because now somebody was asking, if you remember this, that Ross ice shelf has been asked in the UPSC examination, right? Now these ice shelves are basically, remember, certain large portions of ice which are basically present on the land, and they are further extending into the ocean also. So over here you will realize that these are important ice shelves that are present. Now see over here, this particular part is known as a Ross ice shelf. If you come towards the eastern part, you have the Emery ice shelf. This is again a minor, not that important. The most important ones are the Ross ice shelf and this particular part. See here, this is Ross ice shelf. Then you have this particular part. If I broadly divided, this particular part is known as the Filchner ice shelf. This particular part is known as a Ron ice shelf. Along with this, you have the Larsen ice shelf and you have the Abbott ice shelf. And a minor one again, the Brunt ice shelf. Though it is not important, the most important are the Ross ice shelf and the Ronnie and the Filcher ice shelf. These are the two important ice shelves that are present. Clear? Okay. So these are the ice shelves that are very important with respect to Antarctica. You should know them because in the UPSC examination, a Ross ice shelf has been asked twice. Okay, let's move ahead. Important peaks. Important peaks. Clear? There are certain important peaks that are present. We had studied about the two peaks which were present, right? Clear? Clear? Two peaks I had mentioned which are very important with respect to the Trans-Antarctic range. Those peaks were Mount Kirkpatrick and Mount Markham. So this is a position, because this is again the range which is present. These are the positions of these two important peaks. Then there are three other peaks which you should be knowing. Mount Sidley, Mount Jackson, and then you have Vinson Massif 4895. This is the tallest peak and the most important one. A question will come, why is it that the tallest peak is present in the western region but not in the eastern region? Can anybody answer me this? Clear? If I ask you, why is the tallest peak, or why shall we mention this, that what is the reason behind it according to you that the tallest peak is present in the western region of Australia, not on the eastern region of Australia? Can anybody answer this? Quickly. You already have the answer. You just need to use your mind. What is the reason? You've already studied this. What is the reason that the tallest peak is present on the western side of Antarctica, western Antarctica, not on the eastern region? Why? That is why I'm saying, please, when you're listening to the lecture, be very, very particular. This is the simplest thing. If you're listening to the lecture, you possibly would have analyzed. Please, everybody pay attention. I told you one thing. That is why I say merely listening to the lecture does not yield results. Listening to it properly and revising and analyzing is very important. So when the teacher is teaching, everybody pay attention. I told you over here, western region is characterized by volcanic eruptions, rift valleys and deep basins. On the other hand, East Antarctica is geologically stable. So the one which is unstable, possibly there is tectonic movement taking place. So there is a possibility for taller peaks to be present. Now if I ask you, why are Aravallis right now not so tall in comparison to the Himalayas? Because you know that again Aravallis have been eroded. They are billions of years old. On the other hand, the Himalayas over here, the height is continuously increasing because of the plate tectonics. That is why, please remember, the regions which are tectonically active have a greater possibility of the peaks to be higher, because again, tectonic plate movement is taking place, eruptions might be taking place, so whatever be the reason. And on the other hand, you know that the eastern Australian part is undergoing a lot of erosion also. Clear? Okay. So this is the answer. You can be asked these simple questions in the examination, I'm telling you, as in the MCQ. So if you're not able to answer them, it is because you have not analyzed them. So please revise them, whatever the notes have been provided to you. Please make sure of that. Okay. Now comes water bodies. Brief idea you should know with respect to the water bodies. Over here, below the Ross Shelf, you have the Ross Sea, right? Over here, you have the Weddell Sea. To be more precise, you know that very well that this is Atlantic Ocean, this is the Southern Ocean, and this is the Pacific Ocean. Over here, a small sea is known as Amundsen Sea, A-M-U-D-N, Amundsen Sea. This particular region is known as Bellingshausen Sea over here. Though it is not important, but you should know. The two important seas that you should be aware of is the Ross Sea and the Weddell Sea. You can be asked in this examination also. Clear? Okay. Now, India in Antarctica. This can be asked in your prelims also. What is the presence of India in Antarctica? You know that India has a station. Earlier, you know, Dakshin Gangotri was also there, but it was decommissioned. Maitri was present in 1989 and Bharti in 2012. So you should know that these are the stations also that were present there. Clear? 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 Everything is water here, sir. Not water, everything is ice here, to be more precise. Clear? Okay. Now, interestingly, now you know that very well that I had told that certain regions where a lot of the thickness of ice is very prominent, but in certain regions where melting of ice is also very prominent now because of the climatic changes that are taking place. So it does not mean that you will not see land. There are certain regions where again the extent or the thickness of the ice is considerably decreased, and land is also visible in certain regions. So see over here. If you see the flowering plants, you have Antarctic hair grass. These regions or these type of grass is now more prominently visible. Why it is visible is because the changes that are taking place with respect to the climate change. First. Second, you have Antarctica pearlworth. These types of vegetation is also present. These are flowering plants. If you see the lower plants, mosses, lichens, algae and fungi are also present over here. Clear? Now, interestingly, please understand, the fauna, that is animal life, very commonly you will come across the leopard seal and you will come across penguins. Remember one thing very clearly. This is something very clear for you to remember, that polar bears are not present in Antarctica. If you imagine that polar bears are also present in Antarctica, if you think colder regions, yes, polar bear will be present. Polar bear is not present in Antarctica. That means in the southern pole region, they're not present, they're present in the northern pole region. Understood, everybody? Secondly, please remember this, that over here, if you see penguins, penguins are present in the southern South Pole region, that is Antarctica region, not in the North Pole region. Clear? Clear? So these two things should be very clear to you. Clear? Clear, everybody? Okay. So remember this very clearly. This is an outcome of the evolution that has taken place over a long period of time. Firstly. Second, polar bears present in the northern region is because the land masses are present there. So evolution of polar bear has basically come from the other bears, the brown bears. So they could basically, while the evolution was taking place, so they could easily move to those regions. So that is why, that is one of the reasons. Second reason is that the regions of Antarctica are extraordinarily cold. That means they are much more colder than the Arctic region. That is why the seals over here are very special adaptations. They are able to adapt. Possibly if I pick up polar bear and put it in Antarctica, I am not very sure that they can survive also. Plus, you know that Antarctica is not connected by land. So over here, whatever evolution could have taken place has taken place over here. But polar bears were present in the, from where has polar bears come? Polar bears have basically evolved from the black bears, black and the brown bears. So that is why when they evolved, the land masses were present there, so they could move to those regions. That is the reason. So penguin could not travel those distances. And this is one of the reasons. So Arctic region is where polar bears are present. The southern pole, that is Antarctic region, is where the penguins are present. Clear? Okay. Minerals. Now these are again certain minerals which have been again, they're not mined, but again the potential has been found that these minerals are present there. Over here, see. If you see, uranium has been found. Uranium has been found over here. You have iron also present here. You have iron present actually larger quantities. Iron is present over here. You have molybdenum present here. You have gold also that has been found. Now you know that very well because this is geologically most stable also. So it is full of lot of minerals also, right? And particularly uranium on this particular side, which is the western side, uranium has also been found in large quantities. So right now again, it is large number of minerals are found. They're not mined right now, obviously because of the difficulty, because of the thickness that is present. So it is very difficult to mine right now, right? Clear? Okay. Penguins are present only in the southern pole region, Antarctic region, and polar bears are only present in the Arctic region. Am I clear? They both are not present in one ecosystem. Clear? Am I clear? Okay. Are we clear with Antarctica? Are we clear with Antarctica? Anybody here who has any problem? Any problem? Quickly. We have done with the lot of things with respect to what is in the current affairs, those topics. We have done with Australia. We have done with Antarctica. Any problem here? You will yourself see that all the mountain peaks, ranges, rivers, everything is being covered. So if you revise this for your maps, it is more than sufficient. Remember that. Clear? Clear? Same question is coming. Bache, see over here. Do you realize where is Antarctica present? Southern pole. Over there, you will have penguins, right? If you go to the North Pole region, you will not have penguins, you will have polar bears. And polar bears are present in the Arctic region, not in the Antarctic region. That I've already explained you. Am I clear? Clear? Okay. Now see. If you see over here, North America, this is a broad representation of the map again, which we have done. If you see, where is North America? North America is present in this region. Clear? Now, as a continent, North America basically covers this whole part. As a continent, please remember this. Now, see over here. If I say, can I mention this, that North America is basically present in the Western Hemisphere, and it is also present that is above the equator. So can I call it a region where it is basically in the Northwestern Hemisphere? Yes, I can call that. So it is basically Northwestern Hemisphere. Now let us come back. If you see the countries of North America, you will come across one thing is that it has, as a continent, please understand, as a continent of North America, please remember, this region which I have marked in green is basically Canada. This is Greenland. Greenland is a territory of, again, Denmark. And you know that very well. Why Denmark? You should know. Because last month, 2 months back, President had basically mentioned about the fact that his intention to capture Greenland. You know that very well? Yes. So you should be aware of it. Clear? Okay. Now, over here, this is Canada. This is Greenland. This is Alaska. Alaska, though, is not directly connected to the other parts of the states, but again, it is a part which was bought by United States from Russia. This is United States of America. Then you have Mexico over here. Then you have the Central American countries, and this is a region where you have Cuba as well as West Indies. Clear? So this is completely known as the North American continent. Now let us do one by one. Basic information. It is the third largest continent after Asia and Africa. area is 24.7 million kilometers square. It stretches from Arctic Ocean in the north to Isthmus of Panama in the south. Atlantic Ocean is on the east and Pacific Ocean is on the west. So this is the basic information that you all know and you should all be knowing. Now let us divide it into physical divisions. Physical divisions over here is very important because this basically will cover all the aspects of North America. First, Western Cordilleras, Central Lowlands, the Eastern Highlands, which is basically the Appalachian mountain ranges, and the coastal plain. Before we go ahead, if you want, we can take 5 minutes break. You want 5 minutes break or it is fine? Can we continue? I think we can continue at least we can complete South America, then we can take a break, right? We can cover South America, North America, then we can take a break. Chalo. Western Cordillera. Whenever you hear this word Cordillera, okay? Rohan is asking, ये क्या चल रहा है? Beta, a very, very important thing is going on. This is a recruitment for the Space Force, which is going to fight aliens. Rohan, you know that? Special recruitment for the alien forces is going on. When we understand, we are understanding United States right now, then we will go into the Space Force to capture that. That is why. So this is going on, Space Force recruitment examination, right? Where we are studying, see, Cordillera, all these things are being studied over here. How we are going to study. That is why this is very, very important. Okay, bache, chalo. Chalo, jokes apart. Let's come to Western Cordillera. Whenever we use this word Western Cordillera, the word Cordillera over here is very, very interesting and very, very important for you to understand. What do you mean by Cordillera? In the examination, they can even ask you Cordillera, right? So, Cordillera is basically a system of, just a minute, a system or a group of parallel mountain ranges together with an intervening plateau and other features. So what generally happens is, there are a lot of parallel ranges which are going on and which might have certain plateaus in between or close to each other. Those are known as Cordilleras. Clear? So supposingly we have certain mountain ranges which are present, which are parallel, and there are certain plateaus also which are present between them or alongside with them. Then that is known as a Cordillera. Clear, everybody? So Cordillera means a system or a group of parallel mountains ranges together with intervening plateaus and other features. So this is again a very, very important aspect, Cordillera. Now if you see over here, we will be seeing these mountain ranges again when I will be doing the mountain ranges topic within this particular topic, but brief idea. It runs from the western margin from Alaska to Panama. If you see, from Alaskan region to the Panama region, you have these mountain ranges running almost parallel, and they have the plateaus between these regions. We will study in the plateau part also, don't worry. Like for example, this is the Brooks Range, this is again the Mackenzie Range, this is the Rocky Mountains, and again there are small other ranges also. So we'll study them, don't worry, we'll study them, right? Clear? I'm a JEE aspirant, UPSC. Arey bachche, yes, it is UPSC. Runs along the western margin from Alaska north to Panama south. So that means it is running from the Alaskan region to the Panama region. This is the extension of the Cordillera, right? Formed during the tertiary period. Tertiary period, you realize that means these are basically also referred to as a young fold mountains. They are formed during the tertiary period, firstly. Second, plateaus like Colorado Plateau, Mexican Plateau and Colombian Plateau are also present here. We will see this. Right now, just I am describing this. We will see this map again when we are going to do the mountain ranges. So don't worry about that, right? But what is Cordillera over here? These parallel mountain ranges are running. They have certain plateaus between them and close to them. That is why it is referred to as a Cordillera. It is formed during the tertiary period. Young fold mountains are there, right? And this is the description. This is known as a Western Cordillera. We'll do these peaks, don't worry. I'm not leaving this here. We'll be covering this topic, don't worry. Let's move ahead. Now, this particular region, you know, is resource rich. Why? Because again, it has plateaus. It has again these mountain ranges also, which are very rich in minerals, like, right? Clear? It has rich in copper, gold, silver, molybdenum. Very easily it is found. Sparse population due to rugged topography. The population is not very large because again the topography is not very suitable also. Mining towns are common. Now please understand, these regions are because the minerals are present, so the mining is something very common. Now I'll tell you the concept of ghost villages and ghost cities that you basically read now are basically have its origination from these places in United States. Now let me give you a brief outlook about this. If you go to regions which are basically over here, plateaus are present over here, so people used to come here for mining. Let us say the gold was present here in certain region like Nevada. So what happened is people from various parts of the world used to come here for mining. I'm talking about, let us say 100, 200 years back also. Clear? ठीक है. Sir, 3D map में समझ अच्छा था. Beta, in the examination you have to draw. First of all, beta, you focus on IIT preparation. Once you have qualified IIT, then prepare for UPSC, right? And when you're doing 3D vectors, 3D dimensions in JE and all, na, you over here have to do it in 2D dimension because in the examination you have to write. Clear? समझ में आया बच्चे? Rohan? So please focus on your JE preparation. Do not create problem with respect to UPSC preparation. Clear? So it is very important for you. In the examination, I'm not doing some 3D concepts, I'm doing 2D concepts, which is important for UPSC, not your JE. So please focus on that exam right now. Secondly, if you realize that Nevada is a state also. In that particular state, you will come across a scenario where gold was found in large quantities. So 200 years back, 300 years back, a lot of people from European regions came here for mining. So what happened is, they used to mine, right? They used to do all that mining activities, and moment what happened, they thought that now the mining is unfeasible because in spite of mining, they're not getting the gold or whatever minerals they were finding. You will realize that after that, all the people used to leave that city or a city and go to some other place. Even if you go to United States right now, even if you get an opportunity to go to United States, you will see for yourself that there are a lot of cities over there. Let us say you will see there are construction activities have been done, but not a single person is staying there. Then you will say, what is that? So people started calling them ghost cities or ghost villages also. Why? Why did they call them ghost cities or ghost villages? Because nobody is staying there. What's very similar concept is happening in Uttarakhand also. If you see, the people in the hilly regions are basically leaving their villages and coming down to, let us say, Haridwar, Udham Singh Nagar and Dehradun. So they have their houses there, they have left it completely, nothing is there. So if you go there, you will see it is ghost villages, right? Over here, it is because of migration. In United States, it was basically the reason is that whatever they were mining, those resources were finished and exhausted. And that is why they used to leave the villages or the cities. And that is why ghost villages and cities concept came up from United States, right? Okay. Now, mining towns were common over here and still common all those regions where mining is basically done. We'll come to this map again, don't worry. Now comes the central lowland. Please see here. This particular region over here is known as a central lowland. This central lowland basically has three parts. Now somebody will ask me, how do you define the central lowlands? Please remember, this region over here has Western Cordillera. This particular region is basically the Eastern Highland. This particular region is the Eastern Highland where you will get the Appalachian Mountain, which we will do after this, don't worry. Between the Western Cordillera and the Eastern Highland, you have the central lowlands present over here. What do you have? You have the central lowland present. The central lowland is divided into three parts. First is the Canadian Shield, second is the Great Plains, and third is the Mississippi Basin. Again repeating, between the Western Cordillera and the Eastern Highlands, which is basically we're dealing with the Appalachians, we'll study them. Between them you have the central lowland region. This central lowland region in most of the books is just put into few lines, but the more or a better classification is with respect to the three-level classification where you have the Canadian Shield, you have the Great Plains, and then you have the Mississippi Basin. So let us see one by one. When you see the Canadian Shield, this is again very old, right? This is a pre-Cambrian crystalline rocks around the Hudson Bay. This is basically the Hudson Bay, right? It is rich in nickel, iron, uranium, gold, and copper. The soil is thin and poor for agriculture because it is very old, right? It is not very fit for agriculture, right? Clear? If you will get the PDFs of this class, I assure you. You just have to see the Telegram account. The link of the Telegram account is on the first page of the PDF, which I'll show you later on also, right? I'll give you. But with the PDF, nothing will happen unless and until you listen to the lecture. A lot of things I'm going to tell, which will not be present in the PDF. So listen to the lecture. At the end, I will give you, right? Okay. So this is what the Canadian Shield. Now let's come to the Great Plains over here. Great Plains. Now, south of the shield, extending into Canada, US and Mexico. Now, these are flat, treeless grasslands, which are also known as the prairies, right? Prairies region, you know. These are again the grasslands over here. So, this is the prairie region. These are the regions where the largest production is happening with respect to wheat, maize and soybean. It is also known as the granary of the world because large, massive scale production of wheat, or for that matter, maize, corn is happening in these regions. So, it is like a granary of the world. Now, next comes the Mississippi Basin. This region is known as the Mississippi Basin because of the Mississippi and the Missouri River which are flowing over here. So, alluvial plain drained by Mississippi and Missouri River will do that. It is rich in agriculture. Cotton, wheat, sugarcane are basically very widely grown here, and it is a very dense region also because wherever you see the river system present, obviously the population density also increases here. Right. So you have this is highly populated and urbanized. On the other hand, the outward regions are again very fit for agriculture and where agriculture practices are very widely going on. So now you know this region was the Western Cordillera. This region is the Eastern Highlands, which we have to do the Appalachians. Between these two are this lowlands, right? And the lowlands are divided into three parts: the Canadian Shield, the Great Plains and the Mississippi Basin. Clear, everybody? Let me move to the next part, the Eastern Highlands, which are also known as the Appalachian Mountains, right? Appalachian Mountains. Now, if you see, these are basically the eastern margins along the eastern margins of North America. These are very old fold mountains. The moment you hear old fold mountains in the examination, when they ask you a question, let us see. Let me see this. Let's see this. They'll ask you Himalayas. They'll ask you Rockies. They'll ask you Alps. And then they'll ask you Appalachians, right? They'll ask you which among them is not a young fold mountain. What will they ask you? Which is not a young fold mountain. So you should know this very well, like the Aravallis, which is not a young fold mountain, but it is an old fold mountain, right? Old fold mountain. Similarly, you will see the Appalachians are also not young fold mountains. These are old fold mountains, right? Clear? Okay. Now see here. Now see here. When we see this region again is eroded and dissected because see, wherever you come across a region where there is old fold mountains, by default it would have undergone a lot of erosion. Once they've undergone a lot of erosion, by default the height will also decrease and obviously dissected also. The height is from 900 to 1500 meters. Again, this region is rich in nearby regions are rich in coal, petroleum, natural gases, iron ore and limestone are very commonly present here. Clear, everybody? Clear? Okay. Over here, realize this because very interestingly, in this region, the minerals are present. Secondly, the raw material again is present, the labor was present, and nearby again water resources are also present. So this region also has a center of industrialization in USA. The Pittsburgh steel industry over here are very important. The mining towns and manufacturing towns and industries are very commonly present, and because of that densely populated, this region is very densely populated also. Clear? Okay. Now comes this particular part, which is the coastal plain. The fourth part over here is a coastal plain. Now see here, it lies between the Eastern Highlands and the Atlantic Ocean. If you see over here, when we're talking about Eastern Highlands broadly, between the Eastern Highland and the Atlantic Ocean, you have the coastal plain. So between the Eastern Highland and the Atlantic Ocean, now it has extensive deltas and swamps. This region is rich in oil and natural gas should be mentioned here. I forgot gas. Natural gas. What is commonly grown over here, if you see, is cotton, rice, sugarcane, and major urban centers over here you can come across like extension over here. If you extend it further also, these regions also, you will see New York, Houston, New Orleans. These are common centers which are again along the coastal plains. Clear? Okay. Now comes the important mountain ranges. Please see this very carefully. What you had studied in that particular photograph, Western Cordillera and the Eastern Highlands, I've put it here completely. Now let us see one by one what these mountain ranges and peaks are. If I start from the region which is basically eastern part of your the northern North America, you have the Appalachian mountain ranges which are present here, which are again the old full mountains, which have been denuded, which have been eroded. Again, the height is from 900 to 1500 meters, that also further decreasing, though it has been rich in minerals. Now let us come to this particular Western Cordillera part. Now, important thing is, you would be asking me what is lying between these ranges. Now, if you see Rockies, these ranges are further extending in the form of Rockies, it is fine, but there are small ranges that are present here also. Now, you'll be asking me what is between them. See here for 2 minutes. See here. Can you imagine the plateaus that are present over here? Everybody. I will do the mountain peaks, don't worry. These are the mountain ranges that are present here. Cordillera basically refers to those parallel ranges which are moving, and between them or intervening, as we say, are plateaus that are present, right? So if you see over here, these are plateaus which are present between them. That is why these are known as parallel ranges with intervening plateaus. That is why this is known as Cordillera. Clear? So while this thought will come in your mind that what was between them, these are the various plateaus that are present. With respect to every plateau, I have defined what is important and what is the things that you should know. Clear? Now let us come back to the mountains over here. Got an idea what is present over here? There are plateaus present in these regions, right? So let's see here. If you see, this is the Alaskan mountains which are present here in Alaska. It is further extended in the form of coast mountains over here. Further you move down, these are known as Cascade Range or Cascade Mountain Range. When you move further down, you have Sierra Nevada, and again further you have the Lower California Range in California. Further you move down, it extends to Mexico in the form of Western Sierra Madre. This is again where? Western Sierra Madre. On the eastern side, you have the Eastern Sierra Madre. So Eastern Sierra Madre and Western Sierra Madre. Clear? Now this very important range is the Rocky Mountains. Very, very important. Again, it is again further extended in the form of Mackenzie Mountains and further Brooks Range. So these are the mountain ranges that you should be knowing with respect to North America. Very important. Clear? Because in the examination they can ask you that Mackenzie Mountains or the Coast Mountains, the Cascade Mountains are present in which country. Like they will give you for match the following, and you should be aware of it. Clear? Okay. Next comes the important peaks. Let's see this. Let's see. Again, very important, very important. See here. If one by one we see, let's see the Appalachian Mountains. Over here in the Appalachian Mountains, you have a very important peak. This is known as Mount Mitchell. Like your Michelle Obama, Barack Obama's wife, that Michelle Obama. So not Obama over here, only Mitchell, Mount Mitchell. This is the tallest peak in the Appalachian mountain range. Only I'm talking about the Appalachian mountain range. So Mount Mitchell is the tallest peak in the Appalachians, right? Okay. Now if you see, let us come to this. As we are covering the eastern side, let's cover. This is Eastern Sierra Madre, which I told you. In Eastern Sierra Madre, there is this particular peak which is present, which is known as Pico de Orizaba. What is the name? What is the name? Pico de Orizaba. Now, this is the tallest peak in Mexico. Clear? Tallest peak in Mexico. So, this is what? This is what? Eastern Sierra Madre. This is Mexico region, obviously. Pico de Orizaba, tallest in Mexico. Now let us come to the Cordillera part, that is this part. Over here, if you see, a very important peak that is present in the Rocky Mountains is Blanca Peak. This is what? Blanca Peak. Again, a very important peak over here is Mount Elbert. It is the tallest in the Rockies. The tallest peak in the Rockies, right? Clear? Clear? Tallest peak in Rockies is Mount Elbert. Mount Elbert. Now, further if you realize over here, if you go, there is no major peak over here. Let's come here. Within the Alaskan mountain, you have this particular peak over here, which is Mount McKinley. Mount McKinley is the tallest peak in complete North America. North America. So please remember this. Mount McKinley is tallest in complete North America. Pico de Orizaba is tallest in Mexico. You have Mount Mitchell tallest in Appalachians. But if you see Mount McKinley, it is tallest in complete North America. Clear, everybody? Second, if you come here, there is a mountain range which was present known as Coast Mountains. Over here is a very important peak which is known as Mount Logan. Now, this Mount Logan is the tallest peak in Canada. Where? Canada. Clear? Then, a very important peak in Sierra Nevada is Mount Whitney. Mount Whitney. Is it clear to everybody? What you can be confused over here is that when we are talking about the peaks, which peak is tallest where, right? Firstly, you should understand the moment I mentioned Mount McKinley. Now, McKinley is a part of Alaska. So, by default, if I say United States of America, which is the tallest peak, it will be Mount McKinley. If I talk about the tallest peak which is present with respect to complete North America, I know it is Mount McKinley. But when I'm talking about Canada over here, again, Canada is a separate country. It is but part of the North American continent. So, Mount Logan is tallest in Canada. If I talk about Appalachian has again Mount Mitchell. If I talk about Pico de Orizaba, again it is a tallest peak in Mexico. So these are important peaks that you should be aware of and clear about. Am I clear to everybody? Any queries here? Obviously, when you will revise repeatedly again and again, then you will be able to answer these. And please, in the examination, see, if the PDF which we are going to give you, right? Yes, Mount Logan is the second highest, absolutely. When you will get the PDF, you will have to revise it multiple times. When you revise it multiple times, I'm guaranteeing you something, that all these queries with respect to tallest peak, this peak present in which continent, which country, that will be very easy for you. Most of the questions you'll be able to solve it in the examination, provided you have studied this multiple times, right? Okay. Yes. Mount Elbert is tallest in Rockies. This is Mount Elbert. Exactly. Let's move ahead. Now comes the major plateau, right? Major plateau. You know the definition Cordillera. Cordillera basically means the parallel mountain ranges which have intervening or plateaus are present between them. So over here, see, over here is present the Yukon Plateau. Now the Yukon Plateau over here is very rugged and it is famous for gold mining. So gold is present in large quantities here. If you further move down, over here you have the British Columbian Plateau. The British Columbian Plateau again has forest cover, but again forest, copper, gold and coal is also present over here. If you further move down, this particular plateau over here is basically referred to as the Columbian Plateau. Columbia River basically flows here. Wheat cultivation and the Grand Coulee Dam, one of the very important dams, Grand Coulee Dam is also present here. Further, when you move down over here, you have the Colorado Plateau. Now, you know that Colorado Plateau is associated with Colorado River, and Colorado River over here with respect is associated with the Grand Canyon, which you very often hear. Grand Canyon, copper and uranium and even coal is found in large quantities in this particular region. If you come to this particular region, you will see this particular plateau is known as a Laurentian Plateau. What? The Laurentian Plateau. The Laurentian Plateau is a pre-Cambrian plateau, but it has nickel, uranium, iron, gold present here. On the little bit western, southwestern side of the Appalachian Mountain, you have this plateau which is known as the Ozark Plateau. It is a very ancient eroded plateau which has lead and iron present in large quantities over here. Further you move down between the eastern Sierra Madre and the western Sierra Madre, you have a plateau which is known as the Mexican Plateau. This is what? The Mexican Plateau. The Mexican Plateau is a high plateau, that means the height is there. Densely populated, agriculture is also practiced here, silver is also present over here. So these are again the plateaus which you should be aware of. Am I clear? Clear to everybody? Okay. Now comes the major rivers which are present in North America. Major rivers. See, with the river, I have mentioned the important dimensions also associated with them, so that when you are reading, you know which is the tallest, which is the longest and all also to great extent. So particularly for those countries which is repeatedly asked, right? Clear? Now see, when we talk about the major rivers, you should know this, that this is a very important river over here. This river is known as the Mackenzie River. It is the largest in Canada. In the Alaskan region also you have this river which is known as the Yukon River. It basically moves into the Bering Sea. Now, there is a very important river which is river, as I told you, Columbian River, through the Columbian Plateau. It has a very important tributary which is known as Snake. Snake is a tributary. Over here you have the Grand Coulee Dam located here. Here you have a very important river which is the Colorado River, which again is associated with the Colorado Plateau and the Grand Canyon. Cuts through the Grand Canyon. You know, one of the very beautiful picturesque landscapes are found because of the erosion that has taken place through the rivers. So that is again very beautiful Colorado in the Grand Canyon region. Further you move down, you will come across this important river which is known as Rio Grande. It flows through New Mexico and drains into the Gulf of Mexico. Now the Gulf of Mexico is also known as the Gulf of America also. Now again, the changes have been made by Trump. Now see over here, this is basically after the merger, this river is known as what? The Missouri River. Now this Missouri River again has a lot of tributaries also. So if you see here, this particular part is known as Missouri over here. So this is Mississippi, this is Missouri here. Missouri is the longest. This particular is, Mississippi. This particular part, just a minute, is known as Ohio. This is known as Tennessee. These merge, and then further you have the large volume which is carried by all these rivers is combined into Mississippi, and further it drains into the Gulf of Mexico. That is why it is largest by volume. If you ask me which is the longest river, it is Missouri. If you ask which is the largest by volume, then it is Mississippi. Clear? This particular river over here is known as St. Lawrence. It connects the Great Lakes to the Atlantic Ocean. Clear? 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 Mississippi is largest by volume. By volume, the water flow is maximum. But if you ask me, Missouri is the longest. Clear? Okay. Next comes the water bodies. If you see here, you will come across, this is the Hudson Bay. This is the Baffin Bay, again, between, again, the Canadian region and again the Greenland. You have the Labrador Sea over here. You have the Gulf of St. Lawrence here. You have Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America over here. You have Gulf of California over here. You have Gulf of Alaska present over here. This is known as the Bering Sea region, and this is known as the Beaufort Sea. These are small water bodies that you should be aware of. Again, very important because you can be asked questions on these. This should be in your mind, right? Okay. Clear? See, have a look at it once very clearly. Okay. Next comes the major lakes over here. Okay. See here very carefully. We know the Great Lakes are present here. We'll do the Great Lakes after. Let us cover these lakes. This is a lake over here which is known as the Great Bear Lake. Great Bear Lake. This Great Bear Lake is the largest. This is largest entirely in Canada. That means the lake which is entirely in Canada and which is the largest, it is basically the Great Bear Lake. Otherwise, you know, among the Great Lakes, it is sharing border with United States. That is why if I want to ask which is the lake which is the largest, which lies completely in Canada, then that lake is Great Bear Lake. Below the Great Bear Lake, you have the Great Slave Lake. So you should remember the Great Slave Lake is present in United States of America, USA, right? Disappointment Lake is present where? These names, which are very interesting, there's a great chance of them being asked in the examination. So you know that the Slave Lake over here, the Great Slave Lake is present in USA. The Disappointment Lake is present in your Australia, right? The small lake over here is known as a Reindeer Lake. If you further move down, you have a lake which is known as a Great Salt Lake, which is a remnant of a prehistoric lake, the lake which used to exist previously, which is now somewhat, let us say, the remnants are present here. If you further move down, there is another lake, Lake Chadala. This Lake Chadala is basically the largest freshwater lake in Mexico. Now let's come to the Great Lakes over here. If you see over here, this particular lake is known as Lake Superior. Now Lake Superior is world's largest freshwater lake. This should be very clear to you. This blue color is Lake Superior. This is known as the largest freshwater lake. Clear, everybody? Just give me a minute. Okay. If you come here, further south, this is a lake. This particular lake is known as Lake Michigan. Please remember this. Out of these lakes over here, this particular lake, Lake Michigan, lies entirely in USA. This lies entirely in USA, right? Next, this particular pink colored lake is known as Lake Huron. This red color lake is over here, which I mentioned, is known as Lake Ontario. This greenish color which I have shown is Lake Erie. This is the shallowest and the warmest. Shallowest and the warmest. Out of these lakes, out of these 5 lakes, only one lake, right? Only one lake is present entirely in the United States, which is Lake Michigan. How do you remember these lakes? SHU-M, Superior, Huron, Ontario, Erie and Michigan. Clear, everybody? Clear, everybody? Okay. Let's move ahead. Climatic zones, again, little bit idea you should know. These are the polar regions, very cold. These are the cold zones. These are the temperate regions, dry, and again, tropical zones. So this is again, climatic zones, brief idea you should be knowing, because broadly when you do the topic of climate, that is more than sufficient, right? Biomes over here, again, this is tundra, this is taiga. This is temperate rainforest region. You have the grasslands over here, temperate deciduous, desert region present over here, and the tropical rainforest present over here. So these are the broad classification that you should be having an idea of. North America, done. Mapping of all these things with respect to forest, right? With respect to lakes, with respect to peaks, with respect to vegetation, with respect to biomes, with respect to physical divisions, everything done. So hopefully you got an idea about these topics, right? So let us begin with South America now. Let us begin with South America. Now when I begin with South America, see again the similar map which I have taken. Where is South America present? If you see, South America over here is a very interesting country where you realize that it is completely in the Western Hemisphere, but it is in the Southern Hemisphere also, Northern Hemisphere also. It is majorly in the Southern Hemisphere, but some part of it is in the Northern Hemisphere also, right? Some part of it is in the Northern Hemisphere also. Clear? Clear? Now see here. This particular region over here is northwestern and southwestern hemisphere. So where is South America as a continent located? it is located on the northwestern and southwestern hemisphere. Clear? The exact location. Now let's move ahead. Let's see the basic information regarding them. You know that Equator passes through it and Tropic of Cancer also passes through it, right? This is South America. South America is a long triangular shaped continent, 2/3 of the size of Africa and 6 times the size of India. It is the 4th largest continent, bounded by Caribbean Sea in the north, Atlantic Ocean in the east and Pacific Ocean in the west. It comprises 13 countries. What does it comprise? It comprises 13 countries. Let's see. We want to have a look at this. See here. You can have a look here. So all these countries are present here. Now you know that very well again. Venezuela, Colombia, you have Guyana, you have Suriname, you have French Guyana, that is France. Okay, that is basically France. Just a minute. It is a territory of France. This particular region is Brazil. You have Ecuador, you have Peru over here, Chile. You have again Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, Bolivia, and again you have Falkland Islands over here, which is again a territory of United Kingdom. Clear? 13 countries. Clear? Falkland is again a territory of the United Kingdom. Let's move ahead. Now please understand, just to be clear, again to revise it because it is important. Countries 12 are sovereign, plus 1 over here, Falkland over here if you include, then it becomes plus 1. Plus 1, that is total, right? Okay. Now let's see here. Equator cuts Ecuador, Colorado and Brazil. If you see, okay, so if you see the equator, if you see the Tropic of Capricorn, both of them have been drawn, but to be more precise, I've mentioned the names also. Ecuador, Colombia, Brazil is cut by equator. Tropic of Capricorn cuts Chile, Argentina, Paraguay and Brazil. So these are again things that you should keep in mind. Clear? Clear? Okay. Next, physical divisions of South America. Physical division of South America basically are divided into 4 types, or 4 categories. First is Pacific coastal strip. This particular part is known as, which is mentioned in yellow, is known as a Pacific coastal strip. Clear? Clear? Okay. Next is Andes mountain range. This red part over here is the Andes mountain range. As we have the Rockies in North America, Andes is again a very important range with respect to South America. Clear? Next. Clear? Satvik. First, you should understand who is teaching. I would request the YouTube team to take strict action. अगर आपको इतना नहीं पता कि टीचर को कैसे बात करते हैं, तो possibly you do not deserve the PDF also. I would request the YouTube team to take strict action against this account and block it. If you are talking to your parents also, so you will say कि ओए लड़के क्या कर रहा है, अपने पापा को भी ऐसे बोलोगे? Possibly you have the similar language with respect to your parents also, so possibly you will talk to the teachers also that way, Mr. Satvik. So very proud of you. We are proud of you, people like you, and possibly when your father and mother are also there, तो आप अपने पापा को भी बोलोगे ये लड़के मेरे लिए कर दे. To write your mother also you will say oh और लड़की ये कर दे. यही बोलते होगे. This is what you are possibly learning. This is what I can get. You are learning, है ना? So my request is first learn manners and then come and prepare for UPSC. If you do not have manners, do not prepare for UPSC, because today if you are like this, so possibly next time for the country also it will be very beneficial if you do not prepare. We do not want people of such type to prepare for civil services examination, because there is nothing civil about such candidates and aspirants, right? Okay. 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 Next, Pacific coastal strip, Andes mountain range, central lowland, right? And along with it, you have the eastern highlands. If you see over here, this is a region which are, eastern highlands are basically divided into 3 parts. First, this region and this region. All these 3 parts are basically part of the eastern highlands. First. Second, The region between the Andes mountain range and the eastern highlands are basically what the central lowlands. What are they? The central lowlands, right? Clear? Clear? Okay. Next, Pacific coastal strip. Please, it is a request from my side. Everything is very clearly visible. Possibly if you are having problem, it is problem with your device. Am I just, everybody tell me, is everything written on the board clearly visible to you? If you are having any problem with the background, I have been teaching on the YouTube channel as well as the batch with this background and it is no problem. If you are having some problem, it is possibly with a device or possibly the template you are using with respect to the device. Nothing, no problem is there. Everything is very clearly visible. So my request is to please focus on the class and do not repeatedly comment on this. Everything is very clearly visible. I hope the others are, for others also it is very clearly visible, right? Everything. So please, my request is do not spam on these cases. Everything is very clearly visible. Please need to correct your brightness of the phone or the device. Okay. So these are the 4 parts. Let us do them one by one. First is the Pacific coastal plain. So this particular region, right from the bottom till the top over here, this is basically what? The Pacific coastal plain, right? Okay, let's move ahead. It lies in the west between the oceans and the Andes. So if you realize over here, between the ocean that is present over here, right? Pacific Ocean as well as the Andes, this is a part, right? This is a particular part. The width may vary from 80 kilometers to 8 kilometers. Southwestern coast of the continent has fjords, deep inlets into the sea. Now this is the thing which we had done in the physical geography marathon also, what basically fjords are and how they are formed. We have done this mechanism, so you already know. These are inlets because the U-shaped valleys which are formed because of the glaciers and water enters them, those are known as fjords. Clear? Climate arid to semi-arid, influenced by the cold Humboldt current, is very common over here. Clear? Now let's see. Second over here, densely populated in parts due to the flat coastal terrain, rich fishing zone due to the Humboldt current. So it is basically very profitable for the people to indulge into fishing activities in these regions. Next is the Andes mountain range. Now if you realize this is the Andes, right? This is the Andes. Over here, if you realize, these are 3 ranges which are mentioned by the name Cordillera. Now you yourself know that these are parallel, that means some plateau will be present, so these are known as Cordilleras. This is a part of the Andes only. So this particular part is known as the Western Cordillera of the Andes. This is known as the Central Cordillera. This is known as the Eastern Cordillera, which is basically the part of it, and they finally merge, and then you have the Andes mountain range present over here. Clear? The Eastern Cordillera has a further extension, which is Cor de Merida. It is basically an extension of Eastern Cordillera, which is Cor de Merida. Clear? Also, there is again one more extension, that is Paca-Rana Mountains. P-A-C-A, Paca-Rana, R-A-I-N-A, Rana Mountains. We'll do this, don't worry. So, mota agar if you see, what is that? 3 mountain ranges which are parallel with the intervening plateaus. They are parts of the Andes and they're running from north to south over here, right? The world's longest continental mountain range is basically the Andes. It is close to 7,000 kilometers long, extends from Venezuela to southern Chile and even Argentina, formed due to the Nazca plate subducting under the South American plate, and that is why these mountain peaks were formed. Settlement adapted to the altitude, terraced agriculture is practiced. That is why I have included the mineral aspect as well as the human geography aspect also in all of these. So you can just make the use of it. Traditional housing and clothing is practiced here. It is also a hub of mining activities. So you will see here, copper is very commonly found in Chile, tin in Bolivia, silver in Peru, lithium is found in Bolivia, Chile and Argentina. It is a triangular for lithium. This has been asked in the examination also. So lithium is found in large quantities in these 3 countries, right? Now you tell me one thing, why is India developing very good relationships with the South American countries, right? There is a reason behind it. The reason is that India knows very well that the future, basically they're focusing on electric cars and all. The batteries basically require lithium. lithium-ion batteries. And over there, you know, if you want the lithium, you should have good relations. Now, that is why India is continuously connecting with the countries of Chile, Argentina, and Bolivia so that they can procure what? The lithium also from them. So, this is again very, very important. Clear? Okay. Next, central lowlands. Now, please understand, if you see the central lowlands, this complete region is central lowland. Let's return to that first diagram which I had shown you. See over here, between the Andes and the eastern highlands, you have this green part which is known as the central lowland, right? Now, the central lowland is divided into three parts. First is the Orinoco Basin over here. This region is known as the Orinoco Basin. This region is known as the Amazon Basin, and this region is known as the Parana Basin. Now, let's see it. Amazon Basin over here, north central part, is hot, humid equatorial forest. Timber, rubber, and hydropower are again the major aspects associated with this. If you see the Orinoco Basin, it is north part, tropical savanna type vegetation. Petroleum reserves are present, and you know that very well that Venezuela, that is why, has a lot of petroleum reserves, and that is why recent activities with respect to kidnapping of the head of Venezuela by the United States is basically because of the petroleum resources. So you know that very well, right? So this is the region where Orinoco Basin, where you have a lot of petroleum resources. So there's a great possibility that in the examination they can ask you Orinoco Basin, Venezuela. Orinoco Basin is associated with what? It is associated with a lot of petroleum reserves that are found over here, right? Okay. Now comes, third is Parana-Paraguay Basin. This is what? Parana-Paraguay Basin. Humid subtropical with grasslands and forest. Agriculture over is majorly practiced with soya bean produced in large quantities over here. Clear? Okay. Now comes the Eastern Highlands. Please see here. I had told you that these three are Eastern Highlands. But the Eastern Highlands, they are divided into three parts here. So these three parts have three names also. This part is known as Guiana Highlands. This part is known as the Brazilian Highlands, and this part is known as a Patagonian Plateau or a highland, right? So there are three parts. Now let us see one by one. If I see this is the Brazilian part, Guiana and Patagonian. So let us see one by one. These plateaus are made up of old rocks. First see Brazilian Highlands. Let's see the Brazilian Highlands here. These are about 350 to 900 meters high, 800 meters in length, 800 kilometers should be right, okay. Kilometers in length. Tropical and subtropical climate is present. Laterite and red soils are present. Minerals are iron, gold, and bauxite majorly. Just corrected. Agriculture here is coffee, sugarcane, cotton, and soya bean, very commonly grown over here. Clear? Very commonly grown over here. Clear? Now let's see. This is the Brazilian Highland. Now if you move ahead to the Guiana Highlands, this is the Guiana Highland region. Again, it is about 300 to 1,200 meters high. It is covered with tropical rainforest type of climate, sparse population, minerals, bauxite, gold, diamonds, and iron ore are very commonly found in this region. Now the last part over here is the Patagonian Plateau. It is composed of a step-like plateau sloping eastwards. Can anybody tell me which is a commonly known step plateau which you come across in India? Anybody? Which is a step-like plateau which you come across or hear about with respect to India? Can anybody tell me? This is basically showing, it is saying that step-like plateau sloping eastwards. Step-like plateau sloping eastwards, right? Which is the plateau with respect to India, which you often hear with respect to step-like system or step-like pattern. Anybody? Must have heard about it, the step-like pattern. If I'm talking about Patagonian Plateau being a step-like plateau, which plateau in India is basically a parallel to it? Deccan Plateau, which is also known as the Deccan Trap. It is step-like in nature. This is very important. Whenever you read that, you will know that. Okay. Now let's come here. It is about 300 to 1500 meters high. Cold desert and steppe climate. Sparse population, minerals, again oil and natural gas are present. Majorly the people who are present here have indulged in pastoral activities. Clear? Okay. Now comes the important ranges. We have already done that in that section, but doesn't matter, we'll repeat it. This particular is known as Pacarama, Pacarama, R-A-I-M-A, Pacarama Mountains. This is known as Cor de Merida. Over here, there are three Cordilleras, Western Cordillera, Central Cordillera, Eastern Cordillera, which merges to form this longest mountain range, which is known as the Andes. These are the important ranges that are present here. Now, coming to the important peaks, if you see, this is Mount Bolivar, which is present in Venezuela. There are two other very important peaks, please see here. This is Mount Cotopaxi. You can be asked in the examinations also, and this particular mountain has been asked in UPSC. This mountain has also been asked in UPSC. So Mount Cotopaxi over here. This is 5896 meters. Then you have Mount Chimborazo just below that. Both of them lie in Ecuador. Then you have the Mount Coropuna. It is in Peru. Then you have Mount Pisces. This is in Argentina. Then you have Mount, just a minute, let me make it clear. Aconcagua, this is in Argentina. Interesting thing is, this is the tallest in South America. 6,959 meters. This is the tallest present in South America, complete South America. So you should be aware of this. Then you have another important peak present just below this. It is Tupungdato also. It is basically in Argentina. These are important peaks that you should be aware of, right? Clear? Done? Why I have mentioned the countries along with them? Because in the examination from the South American continent, they have repeatedly asked topics with respect to their countries, and they have just given them for matching. So you should be very well aware of it. Clear? Okay. Okay. Just a minute. Okay. Now, I think it is not clear. I'll just rewrite it also. Plateaus. Though we have done parts, but these are separately also I'm doing it. This particular region over here, it is known as you've already done, Patagonia Plateau. Rewriting it so that it is clear. This particular is known as Bolivian Plateau. Bolivian Plateau. This particular plateau is known as Plateau of Mato Grosso. This is known as Plateau of Burma. This particular region, Guiana Highlands. This over here, Brazilian Highlands. Clear? Brief idea should be there. Clear? Clear? So these are certain plateaus that you should be aware of. Now comes the major rivers. If you see the major rivers over here, see over here, this river over here, It is River Magdalena. In the Orinoco Basin that you had studied, which I had told you, this is River Orinoco. You've already done the Amazon Basin. I had told you, if you remember that Amazon Basin countries we have covered. So this is River Amazon. Clear? This is again River Paraguay. This is again River Uruguay. This river is River Prana. This river over here is Salado. It joins River Colorado. And again, there's a river known as Negro. These are the important rivers that you should be aware of with respect to the Southern American countries. Next, you have the lakes and the water bodies. Brief idea, you should be aware. You should be aware of these. If you see over here, there is a lake present over here. It is basically Lake Maracaibo. It is present in Venezuela. This region is known as the Gulf of Panama. Now you have a Galapagos Island over here off the coast of Ecuador. Remember, whenever you study about Charles Darwin and his experiments, it is with respect to the Galapagos Island. So in the examination and civil services preliminary examination, they can ask you that Galapagos Island is along the coast of which particular country? It is along the coast of Ecuador. Okay? Over here you have the Gulf of Guayaquil. You have a very important lake, Lake Titicaca. It is basically in two countries, Bolivia and Peru. So you should be aware of these two countries because it has been asked in the examination. You have Lake Pupu. It is in Bolivia completely. Now coming over here is, you have few important bays over here. This is basically Blanca Bay. This is over here Grande Bay. You have the Magellan Strait over here, again very important. And Gulf of Penis also here. These are certain bodies you should know. And along with it, you know that there is Atlantic Ocean on the eastern side and the Pacific Ocean on the western side. Clear? Deserts. Again, if you see the deserts, you have a very important desert which is Secura Desert over here. Then an important desert which is known as the Atacama Desert. Atacama Desert is known as the driest place on earth. Further, if you move down, you have a very important desert over here, which is basically what? Monte Desert. Further, if you move down, you have this particular desert present, which is known as the Patagonian Desert. Right? Largest area wise in South America. This is the largest area wise, right? Okay. Vegetation, again, brief idea should be there. Otherwise, we have already covered the major parts. This is a rainforest region. Again, this is alpine because of the Rocky Mountains present. This is a deciduous forest. You have the savanna type vegetation present here, Mediterranean here, grasslands and the desert region that is present here, particularly in the Patagonian desert region. If you talk about the minerals, you will see this particular region is very rich in petroleum. Orinoco Basin, right? Very rich here. If you talk about copper, Chile over here also is again a good producer of copper. Iron is also found in large quantities here. Gold is also found in the Brazilian region. AU, right? Okay. And bauxite, which is again through which aluminium is found in this Guyana region, right? Okay. So these are the minerals which are found here. Africa. Done? Done? Okay. So please remember, whenever we talk about Africa, this again is a very important continent with respect to the questions which are asked. Very often the questions are asked from there, and you should be very aware. I've already done the topic with respect to the parts where you would have studied in the previous parts, but again, this is important, right? Okay, any queries? Why deserts are western part of the continent? Oh, you want to ask? So when the rivers, when the when the winds are blowing from the western region towards the eastern region, they already do not have the moisture, so their lack of moisture creates a sense of aridity in the western part of the continent. Further, remember, whenever there is western part, there can also be other cases where if there is certain sense of cold currents associated, that can also lead to aridity. That can create certain high pressure conditions over there, which further create aridity that leads to less rainfall and leading to dry conditions over there. This question has been asked in 2014 and 2015 in the civil services mains examination for 10 marker and 15 marker. Clear? So, to be more precise, there are 5 to 6 reasons behind it, not 1 or 2 reasons. Clear? We have already done this in the climatology part. If you see my lecture, individual lecture, I have already covered there. But you asked, so I have repeated it. Chalo. Now comes the part of Africa. Let's see. This is where Africa lies. If I talk about Africa, do you realize it is present in large parts over here? See, it is present in this part also, it is present in this part also, it is present in this part. So, can I ask you one question? Which part is Africa not present? So, can I say Africa is not present in southwestern hemisphere? But that also, please remember, indirectly, there are certain islands which are even extending till southwestern hemisphere. So, in a way, it is one of those continents which have large coverage over here. Clear? Okay, let's move ahead. Map of Africa again, which has been drawn by hand. Now, let's see some basics over here so that you understand it. It is the second largest continent. 22% of the world's land area is basically covered over here. It is called a plateau continent with an average elevation about 600 to 1500 meters because the elevation is so high overall. So, it is considered as a plateau continent. Tropic of Cancer, Capricorn and Equator pass through Africa. Again, a very interesting fact that you should know. Equator passes almost through the middle and Africa has 54 countries. Africa is home to 3000 plus ethnic groups and 2000 plus languages. So, it is again very wide, very large diversity with respect to ethnic groups, races, with respect to people living here, languages is present here, right? So, let's move ahead. Now, if you see over here, the physical divisions in which I have divided is quite long, but again this is the most comprehensive division which I could do. I have gone beyond, I have gone to certain advanced books also in order to refer to this so that I can create a proper understanding with respect to the physical divisions of Africa. So, we will do it one by one. The Atlas Mountains, the North Africa Sahara Desert, the Sahel Transitional Zone, the Congo Basin, the Eastern Highlands and the Great Rift Valley, South African Plateau and Drakensberg Highlands, Savannah region and the Kalahari and the Namib Deserts. Right. Now, let us see this. If you see over here, what I had written over here is basically drawn over here. So, you should be clear with it, right? Just give me a minute. This is the Atlas Mountain. This is a Sahara Desert region. This is a Sahel region. You know that very well. When I began with the lecture, I had told you the countries of the Sahel region, right? So, it does not mean the complete countries come under the Sahel region. Parts of it also come. So, we will include them under the category of Sahel countries, right? So, we have already done that. Oh, this is again Savannah. So, again, I told you that Sahel region is a transition zone between Savannah as well as a Sahara Desert. So, over here, all these locations with respect to Eastern Highlands, Savannah, all of them have been mentioned. We will consider them one by one as we move ahead. Let's study. Atlas Mountains. See over here, the present northwest, they're present in the northwest Africa, extending for about 2500 kilometers. So, if you see this region, this particular part over here, this is what? The Atlas Mountain. It is present in Morocco, Algeria and Tunisia. Present in Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, found in due to the collision of African plate with the Eurasian plate. Now, if you see Mount Tokbal, see over here, this particular mountain which I have drawn here, I'll just extend it. This particular position, Mount Tokbal, is the highest peak present over here, right? So, highest peak in North Africa. Mining region, iron, zinc, lead, copper, mercury, phosphates are found in large quantities here. Agriculture, olives, grapes, citrus fruits are very commonly grown over here. Clear? Okay. Now let's move ahead. Sahara Desert region. You know this part, this yellow part which I have drawn is basically the Sahara Desert, right? Now, when we talk about Sahara Desert, see here, it is the largest hot desert in the world. 31% of the world's area is basically covered here. Temperature is greater than 50 degrees Celsius over here. Population is sparse and unevenly distributed here. Pastoralism is majorly practiced over here with respect to camels and goats. Minerals, uranium in Niger region, oil and natural gas in Libya and Algeria very often found. There are a large number of tribes and indigenous groups also found here. You have Tuang, Bedouins and Moors, a very, very important set of indigenous groups which are found in these particular regions. You should be aware of it. Clear? Okay. Now comes the Sahel region. Now you know that this is a Sahel transitional region. This is a transitional region between the Sahara Desert and the Savannah region. Extends from east to west about 5,400 kilometers and north to south about 300 to 500 kilometers. You already know the countries which are present here. We've already done that, so I'm not repeating it again. Semi-arid type of climate, nomadic pastoralism again with respect to goats and camels, subsistence agriculture with millets, sorghum and groundnut are very often practiced here. Next is the Congo Basin. Congo Basin countries also I have covered when I was doing the initial part of my lecture, where I had given you the important places where countries with respect to certain regions are found. So this is the second largest basin in the world after the Amazon, second largest basin. It spans over 4 million kilometers square. It is centered around the river Congo. It is like a saucer-shaped depression. Obviously, this is like a saucer-shaped depression which has been filled by sediments. Climate, hot and wet equatorial climate, rainfall greater than 2000 millimeter annually. Vegetation is dense tropical rainforest. It is known as the lungs of Africa because again of the vegetation that is present there, right? Sparse population due to the dense forest is again present over here. Clear? This green color is Congo Basin. Next are the Eastern Highlands and the Great Rift Valley. If you see this part, this is again the Eastern Highlands and this is the Great Rift Valley part. Okay. Okay, let's see this. The eastern margin of Africa from Ethiopia to Zimbabwe, it includes Ethiopian highlands, Kenyan highlands and the Tanzanian highlands, formed by the uplift and the volcanic activity due to the tectonic movements along with the Great Rift Valley. The Great Rift Valley over here again extends this part. Tropical highland climate is present here. Volcanic soil, tea, coffee, maize, barley, very often grown here. Minerals like gold, copper, iron are basically found in Tanzania and Ethiopia. These are again very important places which you will basically found here, right? What happened? Clear? Okay, now let's see. Next, Great Rift Valley. The Great Rift Valley is about 6,000 kilometers from Lebanon in West Asia to Mozambique in Africa, created due to the divergence between the Nubian plate and the Somalian plate. And you know that very well, that after some time, this particular region will separate and start moving towards the region where India is present. And in multi-million years afterwards, it will possibly crash with the Western Ghat region, and you will have very tall mountains present over there also, right? But this will happen by that time. Your many generations would be already finished, so don't need to worry about that. Okay, let's move ahead. South African Plateau and Drakensberg Highland. This particular region which is mentioned over here is this part. Okay, now see, covers most of the South Africa extending to the Namibia and Botswana region also. It is bounded by Kalahari Desert in the north, Drakensberg Mountain in the east, Namib Desert in the west and the Great Escarpment in the south. Average elevation is about 900 to 1500 meters. Its temperate grasslands are known as velds, very commonly asked in the examination. The temperate grasslands of this South African region are known as velds. Next over here is minerals. Gold, platinum, diamonds are very often found along with manganese. Drakensberg Highland again, eastern edge of South African plateau, forms a great escarpment of South Africa. It is highest mountain range in the South Africa. We'll cover that, don't worry. 3000 meters, temperate mountain climate is found. We'll cover the Drakensberg Highland, don't worry, in the mountain peaks. Now if you see the desert, this is known as a Namib Desert. This is the Namib Desert. This is the Kalahari Desert. Namib and Kalahari. runs along the Namib Desert, runs along the southwestern coast of Africa. It is the oldest desert in the world, considered to be around 55 to 80 million years old. Hot desert climate, less than 55-meter rainfall annually, and you will realize that that night temperatures basically fall down to even less than 0 degrees Celsius, but during the daytime it is greater than 45. So diamonds and uranium mining is done over here, commonly found here. If you see Kalahari Desert is this. It is a semi-arid sandy plain covering Botswana and parts of Namibia and South Africa. 9 lakh kilometers square, semi-arid to steppe climate. Receives more rainfall, 250 to 500 millimeter of rainfall. Sandy soil, but supports grass and shrubs. Diamond mining is most common here. One of the important mines is the Orapa mines, which is found here, again, which is famous for the diamond mining. Okay, let's move ahead. Savannah region. This complete white region is known as the Savannah region, but the Savannah region is also divided into 3 parts. This is known as the Sudanian Savannah, this is known as the East African Savannah, and this part is known as the Miombo and Woodland Savannah. So let's see this. Savannah forms the largest biome in Africa, covering about 40% of the total area of the continent. These are tropical grassland regions with scattered trees. If you have the 3 parts, Sudanian Savannah, which is present over here, basically covers from Senegal to South Sudan. So that means Senegal to South Sudan basically is a Sudanian savannas. East African Savannah, which basically covers the region of Kenya, Tanzania and Uganda. Momlo woodland region, it covers Zambia, Angola, Tanzania and Mozambique region, which have already been covered here. Clear? Clear? Okay. Now please let us see one by one. Though I have mentioned the countries here, let us see a brief description about these 3 categories. When I talk about Sudanian Savannah, it is from Senegal to South Sudan. What is basically unique here? Tall grasses are present, baobab trees and acacia trees are present over here. Large rural population is present in this region. Millets, sorghum, cotton belt, livestock rearing is here. Again, gold mining is very common in the Ghana region. Clear? Ghana region. Let's move ahead. East African Savannah, which is this particular region. In the East African, which is basically covering Kenya, Tanzania and Uganda, you have open grasslands over here. Pastoral life, again the Maasai tribe is found in the Kenyan region, which is again become very famous over the time for tourism and ecotourism and rural tourism activities also. So mixed farming is practiced here. Tourism hub, cash crops like tea and coffee are grown in the highland regions, which are again very famous. Next is the Miombo woodland region, again comprising Zambia, Angola, Tanzania, Mozambique. Woodland savanna with Miombo trees, low population density and copper mining belt, particularly in the Zambia where copper is found in large quantities. Clear? Let's move ahead. Certain important ranges over here. You have the Atlas mountain present over here. It is present in Morocco and Algeria and Tunisia. These are fold mountains. Over here, this is basically what? Tibesti mountain. These are present in Chad, Libya, and these are volcanic in origin. Over here, this is a mountain range which is known as Agar or Hogar mountains. These are present in southern Algeria. Ancient volcanic mountain. It is an outcome of the ancient volcanic eruptions that took place. If you come further south, this particular mountain range which is present is Mituba mountains, which is in Democratic Republic of Congo, and these are block mountains. Further south if you come, these are known as Muchinga mountains, which is present in Zambia. Further south if you come, these are present as Motabo hills, which is present in Zimbabwe. I'd already told you when we were doing Drakensberg, so this is a Drakensberg mountains present over here. This is present in South Africa as well as Lesotho. Clear? Okay. Now let us see certain important mountain peaks which are being asked repeatedly in the newspapers, have been in the newspapers as well as present or asked in the UPSC exams also. So if you see here, in the Tibesti mountain, there is a very important peak present here which is known as Emi Kosi. It is present in Chad. It is the highest in South Sahara Desert and it is an extinct volcano. Now these are important things which you should be aware of. In the Tibesti mountain range, there is an important peak known as Ibi Kosi. It is present in Chad. It is the highest in Sahara Desert and it is an extinct volcano. Very important. Next over here is present Mount Kenya. Now Mount Kenya is the second highest in Africa. It is an extinct volcano. Another mountain, Mount Kilimanjaro. It is present in Tanzania. It is the highest peak in Africa. Highest peak. Next over here is a very important peak which is known as Thabana Nitiana, which is present in Lesotho. It is the tallest in southern part of Africa. Southern part of Africa. Over here is Mount Topkal, present in the Atlas Mountain. Again, these are certain important peaks that you should be aware of. Certain plateaus, important plateaus, see here. This particular plateau is known as the Ethiopian Plateau. It is highest in Africa and present in Ethiopia plus Eritrea. If you come here, this is Tibesti Plateau, again in North Chad region. Below the Tibesti Plateau, you have the NAD Plateau, which is present in Northeast Chad. Chad is again a country. This particular region is known as East African Plateau, which basically covers Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, famous for tea and coffee. If you come down, you have the Ghab Plateau. It is present in South Africa, where diamond mining is very, very common there. If you come to this region, this is known as Bae Plateau. It is present in southern Africa. It is called the Water Tower of Angola, as multiple rivers originate over here. This particular plateau is known as Katanga or Shaba Plateau. It is present in Democratic Republic of Congo, and this question has been asked in UPSC. It is the richest copper and cobalt belt in the world. If you further move ahead, you have Adamawa Plateau over here, which is in Nigeria and Cameroon. Further, if you move northwards, you have the Jos Plateau, which is in Nigeria, which is very famous for the tin mining. And again, this is the Aghar or the Hogar Plateau, which is present in South Algeria part. So these are the plateaus which again you need to revise. It is very important because see, the more you revise, more you will be able to remember. These are the questions which will be asked based on which plateau is present in which continent, right? Okay. Certain important rivers, let's see. If you see over here, very important river which is Nile. Now, Nile is the longest river in the world. Please remember, Nile river basically is formed by these two rivers which are merging over here. White Nile and Blue Nile merge and then it forms the Nile and it flows. Nile is the longest river in the world with 6,650 kilometers long. Longest. If you come here, you have the river Zambezi. It is largest eastwards flowing river of Africa and it has the Victoria Fall, again very famous. Further you move down, you have river Limpopo, very famous river Limpopo. Again, if you further move down, you have river Orange here. River Congo, very famous for its Congo basin. We have done the countries also. This is the deepest river in the world and second longest, and it crosses the equator twice. It crosses the equator twice. This is the very, very important thing. If you see here, let me show you the equator. So, river Congo is cutting the equator once and twice. This can be asked in your examinations also. Clear? Clear? Exactly. So, this is again very, very important. Okay. Okay. See here. There is again river Benue. And again, this is river Niger overall. A small river, river Volta, and river Senegal in the Senegal region. These are again important rivers which you should be aware of. Okay. Important lakes. So you have Lake Nasir over here in the Egyptian region. You move down here, you have Lake Turkana. You have the Lake Victoria over here. Again, it is the largest lake in Africa. Further you move down, you have Lake Tanganyika, which is the second deepest lake in the world. Further move down, you have Lake Nyas. It is famous for the cichlid fish. Over here you have Lake Volta. It is an artificial reservoir. And then you have Lake Chad. It is inland and it is a shallow lake. These are certain lakes which you should be aware of. Again, important for your examination. Important deserts here. you know that very well that there is a Sahara Desert, right? See, when we had done the physical divisions over here, now we are doing the individual aspect also. This broad aspect, this yellow color is a Sahara Desert, which is the largest hot desert in the world, largest hot desert. But over here also you realize there are certain parts. This is Libyan desert. It is very rich in oil. That is why Libya over here produces a lot of oil also. This particular desert is known as a white desert. This region over here is known as the Nubian desert. It is a stormy desert along the Nile. You've already done, this is the Nabib desert and this is the Kalahari desert. We are already done. So these are the parts which you should be aware of. Now if you see the water bodies, this is the Mediterranean Sea. This is the Strait of Gibraltar. You have the Red Sea over here. You have the Gulf of Aden over here. This is the Mozambique Channel and the Gulf of Guiana is here. On the western side is the Atlantic Ocean. On the eastern side you have the Indian Ocean. Clear? Natural vegetation, if you see, major part over here is basically what? The desert type. Obviously there will be some Mediterranean vegetation because again the Mediterranean Sea is present over here. Mountain vegetation because of the, again the Atlas mountain being present here. This majorly is savanna. This region because of the Congo basin has again a tropical forest, rainforest type is present. This is again desert type and temperate grasslands are present in this region which is known as a velds. Right? Okay. Okay, let's take a break for 15-20 minutes. We have now Europe and Asia left with us. We'll cover that after how much time? Let's take a small break. Right? We can meet at what? 1 p.m. We'll meet at 1 p.m. and continue with the lecture. Meanwhile, you can take a rest, you can have your food, and then we'll again continue with the class. Take care. Hello everybody, I guess you're all doing well. Hello, hello, hello. We are all back. Let us continue with the session. Okay, we're starting with Europe. Now, please again, Europe over here again is very, very important because all these places again keep on, UPSC keeps on asking with respect to the important rivers, mountain peaks and ranges. If you have done this, be assured of the fact that you will be able to solve majority of the questions. Now you will say, sir, they have given a bouncer in case. Now see, if a bouncer is come, bouncer means something very unknowing. In that particular case, it is difficult for everybody, it is a relative exam. You do not have to attempt every question and you will not be able to attempt every question. Yes, there will be, with practice, you will give constructive guesses, you make constructive guesses, agreed. But if there is a limit to which you can study, you cannot just study infinitely. So what you are studying over here, that is more than sufficient also with respect to these mappings. Keep on revising it multiple times, it will be more than sufficient. Okay, let's see. With respect to these continents over here, this is a map of Europe. Let us study all that. If we study Europe, you will see that it is the second smallest continent after Australia, but the third most populous. Considered the part of Eurasia landmass, but treated as a separate continent due to the cultural and historical reasons. Now surrounded by water on three sides, Atlantic Ocean, Arctic Sea and the Mediterranean Sea. These are the places where it is surrounded. Now let's move ahead with respect to the understanding. Physical divisions of Europe are basically divided into the Western Highlands, the North European Plains or the Great European Plains, the Central Uplands and the Northern Highlands. Let us see them on the map one by one. See, these are broadly the Northern Highlands along with Iceland over there. This region over here, which is green, is basically North European Plains. This in pink is basically the Western Highlands, and over here this is known as the Central Uplands. This is a standard classification which we follow. Let's move to the Western Highlands. If we see the Western Highlands, see over here, these regions over here, these are the Western Highlands. That is Western Highlands. Let us mark it. Western Highlands. These are formed due to the alpine orogeny. That means these are young fold mountains. Terrain are rugged, high altitude and tectonically folded. The major mountain ranges which are present here, which you will be seeing in the mountains which when we are going to study. Alps, which is present in France, Switzerland and Italy. You have the Pyrenees, which are present in Spain and France, and the Carpathians, which are in Central and the Eastern Europe. These names are present. We will see them when we will see the diagram of the map. So don't worry about that. Over here you have the Apennines also in Italy, Balkan Mountains in Bulgaria, Sierra Nevada in Spain. Again, Sierra Nevada. Settlement are concentrated in the villages due to the harsh terrain and the climatic conditions which are present over here. If you see high human development due to the tourism economy and services over here, because of the tourism and those facilities, these regions have again developed, a lot of income have come up and people have really gained a lot of money also and very high standard of living. Alpine meadows support cattle grazing, that is pastoralism is also common here. North European plains, if you see again, this is the European plains, the green part. So let us mark it. It is the largest lowland region of Europe, extends from France to Belgium to Netherlands, to Germany, Poland and Baltic states. It is formed by glacial and alluvial deposits. Major rivers over here are Seine, Rhine, Elbe, Oder, Vistula and Volga. We'll see them when we see the map of rivers. Most densely populated region because the land is even, so automatically it is going to be more densely populated. Along with it, we have a lot of rivers that are present here. So rivers basically help in water supply through which agriculture can also be practiced. Strong working class historically led to the industrial revolution in these regions. Agriculture, wheat, barley, sugar beet, dairy farming is very common. Again, industrial belts are very commonly found over here, play a very important role. Played. here led to the development of the region. Excuse me. Excuse me. So these are the regions where a lot of industrial revolution took place, and it basically led to the development of the region also. So next comes the central uplands. Now this particular region, it is older and eroded in compared to the Western Highlands, not even high, most plateaus, not very high, mostly plateaus and low mountains. Major uplands are Massif Central in France, Vosges in France, Black Forest in Germany, and Bohemian Massif in Czech Republic. These are names which you should know because these have been extracted from the standard books which can be asked in the exams. Okay. Moderately populated with old industrial towns, growing ecotourism. Economic activities over here basically include mining, forestry, and associated activities. Next, Northern Highlands over here. If you see again, let's come back. These are the regions which are of Northern Highlands, the one in red. So let's see them, let's study them. It includes the Scandinavian mountains, which is Norway region, Sweden, Finland. It includes Iceland and the United Kingdom. It is dominated by the glacial landforms, fjords, U-shaped valleys, lakes and moraines. If you have done this physical geography, you will see all these words which are very common and very often used. Iceland lies in the mid-Atlantic ridge over here, that is present here, having volcanic and geothermal features. Coast of Norway remains ice-free in winter due to the North Atlantic drift. You know that very well, that the North Atlantic drift basically leads to the ports that are present, or the coastal regions which are present in the in these regions over here. You will realize they are basically ice-free even during winters, because the warm currents which are moving, Gulf Stream and the further extension in the form of North Atlantic drift basically increases the temperature, which helps in the these region being ice-free even during the winter time, particularly the coastal region. Okay. Next, low population density, high standard of living, one of the world's richest fishing grounds, rich in oil and natural gases. Now, this was a physical division broadly. Now, let us see one by one with respect to the various aspects. First, let us say the mountain ranges. If you see the mountain ranges here, let's see. See here. These are the Scandinavian mountains which are present here. They basically cover the countries of Norway, Sweden and Finland. So these three countries have the extensions of the Scandinavian mountains. Over here, you have a very important mountain range which is known as Cantabrian Mountains. This is present in Spain, right? Again, over here, you have this particular mountain range which is known as Sierra Nevada, which is also present in Spain. If you see over here, you have the Pyrenees over here. It has again it is present also in Spain as well as France. So both the countries. If you see Alps over here, this can be asked in your examination. It extends to which all countries? It is, the extensions are present in France, Italy, Austria, Germany, Slovenia and Switzerland. All these countries, these have extensions of Alps. Over here, if you see in Italy, you have this mountain range which is known as the Apennines, again present in Italy. Over here, this particular range is known as the Dinaric Alps. It is present in Bosnia Herzegovina. Just give me a minute. Then you have the Pindus in the Greece region. Then you have this particular mountain range which is known as Carpathians Mountains. Now, Carpathians Mountains are very important for the fact that it has been asked in the examination also. So, it basically has extensions in Ukraine, Romania, Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Czech Republic and Serbia. Over here you have the Balkan Mountains. These basically are in the regions of Bulgaria and Serbia. And finally, on the eastern side over here, you have the Caucasus Mountains which are extensions to Russia, Georgia and Azerbaijan. So these are again broad mountains which you should have awareness of, and these are important because in the examinations questions on European mountains have been repeatedly asked. Let's move ahead. Peaks. Please see here. The Alps, okay, let us see the Pyrenees. Pyrenees have a very important mountain peak which is known as Mount Eneto. If you come to the Alps, Alps also have again very important peaks. One is Mount Blanc here. Further, if you move eastwards, this is again a mountain peak which is known as Matterhorn. Matterhorn. Then if you come to the Carpathian Mountains, an important peak is Tatra. How many of you have heard, right? How many of you have heard where the military trucks are present, they have the Tatra truck, right? Tatra truck. If you see those Tatra trucks which are again imported from Italy, which were left-hand driven. So it is basically derived from the name, see, Tatra, which is again a mountain in the Carpathian Mountains. Next, you have Mount Olympus in the Greece. Then you have Mount Etna, again a very active volcano in Sicily, right? Then finally, Caucasus Mountains has Mount Elbrus. It is the highest peak in Europe. These are the important peaks which you know. If you know them, they are more than sufficient for you. You do not have to go into detail, right? Let's see. Rivers. Now let's see the important rivers here. See here. This is a very important river which is River Volga. Now this River Volga is the longest river. It basically finally discharges its water into the Caspian Sea. If you have the Black Sea over here, now if Black Sea has two important rivers, these two important rivers basically discharge them into the Black Sea. This is River Don and this river is Dnieper. It is written as DNI, but it is pronounced as Dnieper. Another very important river is Danube, again discharging its water into the Black Sea. Po river discharges its water into the Adriatic Sea. Then you have the Rhone river here. There's an important river which is known as Tagus. If you further move northwards, you have Lori. Then the Seine river which we had discussed is Seine river is present here. Then in the Germany, you have a very important region, Rhine Valley, known for the coal also earlier on, Rhine. Then you have over here Elbe. Another river on the eastern side is Oder. And this region again discharging into the Baltic Sea, this is Vistuka. You know that London, and through London, a river, very important river passes through, that is known as Thames. So this is Thames River. Again, over here is a river known as Shannon. So these are the important rivers which you should be aware of. Clear? Okay. Danube is the second longest. Volga is the longest river. Clear? Water bodies, if you see broadly, this is a Black Sea. This is a Sea of Azov. We have already done Black Sea, so we know. This is again the Aegean Sea. This is the Adriatic Sea. This is a Mediterranean Sea. We have already done these in the starting of the lecture, so there is no problem. This is Black Sea. This is Gulf of Finland. This Gulf of Bothnia. There is White Sea on top. Then again between the United Kingdom and again the Scandinavian countries, you have the North Sea. Between Ireland and the other parts over here, you have the Irish Sea. You have the Celtic Sea just below this. Then you have the English Channel, which is separating UK from the other countries of Europe. Then you have Bay of Biscay. And Mediterranean Sea basically has an opening into the ocean through the Strait of Gibraltar. So this is a Strait of Gibraltar. This is, I think, you should be aware of. Peninsular regions. Broad peninsular regions, if you see, these are the Scandinavian plateau in the Scandinavian regions. This is the Iberian Peninsula, Italian Peninsula, Balkan Peninsula and the Crimean Peninsula. These are the broad peninsulas that you should be aware of. These are more than sufficient for you to know. Climatic regions, not very important, but for a brief idea. This region experiences savanna type. This is cold subarctic. The Scandinavian region and the Iceland basically experiences the Arctic type of climate, again very cold. This is broadly maritime influence. This region basically experiences highland, and this is again Mediterranean region because it is surrounded by the Mediterranean Sea on the south. Last over here is Asia. Again, you know that very well, that map of India. This part was Europe, other part is Asia. So let's see the Asia part. The world's largest continent and covers 30% of the Earth's total landmass and 8.7% of the Earth's surface area. With respect to this, if you analyze, it has Pacific Ocean in the east, Indian Ocean in the south, and Arctic Ocean in the north. It houses 60% of the world's population. It lies entirely in the northern and the eastern hemispheres, right? Now, please understand certain important points. The highest point is Mount Everest in Asia. The lowest point is Dead Sea, minus 430 meters. That means 430 meters below the sea level. Now, if you see the largest inland lake, these points which I am telling you here are very important because these are asked as one pointers in the preliminary examination. Largest inland lake is the Caspian Sea. The deepest lake is a Lake Baikal. And the largest peninsula is the Arabian Peninsula. The largest delta is again the Ganga Brahmaputra delta here. The largest country over here is again Russia. And lowest lying country on the earth is Maldives. Remember this, lowest lying countries is Maldives. Okay. Coming to the physical division, northern lowlands, central highlands, southern mountain system, eastern highlands, and island are the island arcs. Okay? So let's see what is the broad divisions. If you see here, these are the northern lowlands. If you go this side, you have Europe, right? These are northern lowlands. These are eastern highlands. These are central highlands. You have the southern mountains, and then you have these islands that are present here, islands and island arcs. So let's begin one by one. Northern lowlands. What does northern lowland include? If you see, it is the widest and the continuous lowland from Ural Mountains to the Pacific Ocean. So this is Ural Mountains present here, right? From Ural Mountains to the Pacific Ocean, it includes the basins of Ob, Yenisei, and Lena rivers. We'll see them. Dominated by tundra in the north and Taiga in the south. Because you know, in the upper regions, it is again very cold. So it is basically tundra type of climatic conditions are present, and obviously then Taiga. Extremely sparse population due to the extreme climate. Because these regions over here, if you analyze, that is very high in the latitude. Those regions are very cold. And it is very difficult to live in these regions, and that is why the population is very sparse. Indigenous groups, please remember, like the Yakuts, Nenets, and the Chukchi, these indigenous groups are present over here, and they're basically involved in pastoral activities, very commonly present here. High reserves of oil, natural gas is present. You know that very well. Russia has been exporting natural gas, oil, because a lot of deposits present over here. That is what it is able to do. Siberian gas fields, coal and timber are very commonly present. Trans-Siberian Railway is the economic lifeline, which is basically extending from large one point to the other point with respect to the Russian continent, Russian region. Central highlands. This particular region in pink, is basically referred to as the Central Highlands. Located between northern lowlands to the southern mountains. That means this is the southern mountains, this is the northern lowland. Between them is this particular part. It includes Tian Shan Mountains, Mongolian Plateau, Gobi Desert, Taklamakan Desert. Harsh continental climate, predominantly nomadic. That is why pastoralism is practiced here majorly, based on the horses, camels, and sheep present over here. Remember that. Next, indigenous groups which are present here includes Mongols, Kazakhs, Kyrgyz, and Uyghurs. Rich in minerals, copper, gold, coal, and rare earth. So these types of minerals are very commonly found over here. Next is Southern Mountain System. This is the Southern Mountain System over here. Youngest and the highest mountain, it includes basically the Himalayas, Karakoram, Hindu Kush, Arakan Yuma, which further extends into Myanmar, Pamir Knots. It is birthplace of Asia's major rivers, Ganga, Indus, Brahmaputra, Mekong, Yangtze, and the Yellow rivers. Ethnic groups which are found here very commonly, Sherpas, Bhotias, Ladakhis, and the Pashtuns. Over here, very often, tribals and transhuman groups like the Bhotias, Gujars, etc. are very commonly found here. Agriculture, apples, peaches, buckwheat, thorn, tea, and the lower slopes are very commonly found and cultivated over here. Next comes the Eastern Highlands. These are the regions of Eastern Highlands. This is the Eastern Highlands. It is located on the eastern side of Asia. These are basically the old fold mountains. They are heavily forested, moderate height. It includes the Manchurian uplands, Korean Peninsula, Chiang Mai Range, etc. Concentrated in the valleys, they are rich in timber, coal and iron ore in Manchuria. So these are the regions of the Eastern Highlands. If you see the islands and the island arcs, you will realize that they form the Pacific Ring of Fire, marked by frequent earthquakes and the volcanic eruptions that take place. Terrain is highly rugged here. Population is high because like islands like Japan and all, they have very high population present here, right? Next, advanced urbanized societies like Japan, Taiwan and Singapore. Maritime culture and busy shipping routes are over here. Indigenous groups like Aeon in Japan, Dayaks and Igorots are very commonly found in these regions. Now let us come to, these were broad divisions which you had to have a brief idea. More importantly is over here with respect to the ranges and all we're studying. Let's see here. See, this is again the Ural Mountains, which are basically in a way separating the Asian region from the European region. These are the Ural Mountains. If you see over here again, though it is again further extension, this is the Taurus Mountains present here. Further, if you let us say come, this is what? The Pamir Knot. From the Pamir Knot, you have the Hindu Kush Mountains. I'm not going into the mountains of India because you've already done in physical in the Marathon of India mapping. So I'm not covering Indian mountains here, please. You have the Suleiman range here. You have the Kirthar range over here. And these are basically the Zagros mountains. And obviously these are the Himalayas which further extend as the Arakan-Yuma mountain range in the Myanmar region. So we're not going into the other mountains of India because we've already covered them. This is basically from the Pamir Knot, you have the Teen Shan range. This is again the Kunlun mountain range. Further, if you move upwards, you have the Atlai mountains here. You have the Shan mountains here. Further, if you go to the Chinese region, you have the Great Qing'an mountains over here. Further, you have the Kolma range here. Then in the region of again Russia only, Chukotsa mounts here. Then a very important range over here is known as Verkhoyansk range. So these are the important ranges that you should be aware of. More than sufficient, more than enough. Clear? Okay. Next, rivers. Let's see. This particular river over here is Indus. We have traced the path of Indus earlier on, so we no need to worry. We're not going to do it again. India and Pakistan. Over here, Ganga river is here. Ganga again in the Indian Bangladesh region. You have Brahmaputra. Brahmaputra is basically in India, China and Bangladesh. It is present. You have again Irrawaddy river. This is in Myanmar. Then you have this river as Mekong river. Very important. Mekong is present in China, Myanmar, Laos, Thailand, Cambodia and Vietnam. This question can be asked in your examination. So please be very careful. Mekong is present in, or its basin is present in which all countries? This is a very important question. Next is Yangtze. It is present in China. It is the longest river in Asia. It is the longest river in Asia. Further, if you go, this is the Yellow River. Yellow River, again, China sorrow because of the massive floods that it causes. Then you have Amur River. This is what the Amur River. It is present in Russia as well as China. If you come over here, this particular river is basically known as Tarim. It is present in China and inland river. And this river is in Russia, which is known as Ob. These are, with every river I have mentioned the country also, an important characteristic. So that is more than sufficient, right? Okay. Water bodies, if you see, you have the Sea of Oshtish present over here. You have the Sea of Japan, Yellow Sea. This is the East China Sea, Philippine Sea. We have done the South China Sea in the initial part, right? Now, over here, if you see, this is the Banda Sea. This is Java Sea. This is Bay of Bengal. This is Arabian Sea. This is Gulf of Oman. This is Persian Gulf. Clear? This is Aral Sea. This is Caspian Sea. Again, this is clear to everybody. This is Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. We have already done Persian Gulf, Black Sea, so we don't need to do it again. Deserts. This is a Syrian desert. Syrian desert present in Syria, Iraq, Jordan, and it is hot. Arabian desert is present in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, UAE, Oman, Qatar, Yemen, and it is hot in nature. So I've mentioned the nature also and the countries. Thar Desert, India, Pakistan, hot. Gobi Desert is in Mongolia, China. It is basically cold in nature. If you come to Taklamakan, again China, cold. If you see the, if you move from here, Karakum is basically in Turkmenistan and it is cold. Kizilkum is again in Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, it is cold. So the moment you go higher in the latitudes, automatically the nature will change towards the cold. So it is majorly these parts over here which are hot in nature. Clear? Plateaus. Okay. Now you have this large Siberian plateau over here. This plateau is known as Plateau of Mongolia and this is known as Kamchatka Peninsula. This is famous. Recently you realize that the earthquake which happened was in this particular region, Kamchatka Peninsula, that you should be aware of. You have the Korean Peninsula here. The Yunnan Plateau is present here. Malay Plateau again. This is the Tibetan Plateau. This is the Deccan Plateau region. In the Iran, you have the Iranian Plateau here. And this is the Arabian Plateau. Again, it is marked by desert on the surface also. You have the Anatolian Plateau present here. Clear? Okay. So we are done with all the aspects. Let me show you again. If you see over here, we have covered the basics. We have covered all the basics. Yes. We have covered the important regions and tricks and the continent-wise study of the map. If you see here, we have done all the Tropic of Cancer, Capricorn, whichever countries are cutting and their mnemonics. Then I came to those important mnemonics for the important regions which were in the news, right? And right, clear. Then we have covered all these regions: Iran, Israel, Turkey, Syria, Jordan, Afghanistan, Oman, whatever the countries, neighboring seas, Kuwait, Sahel, Congo, Amazon, Niger, Persian Gulf, Caspian Sea, Aral Sea, Black Sea, Red Sea, Mediterranean Sea, North Sea, Adriatic Sea, South China Sea, all these things have been done. And then we have done the continent-wise revision of these. So if you do this, I personally believe then you will have an edge over the others, and definitely you need to revise it again and again. Without that, it will not be possible, right? Are pipelines important? See, pipelines topic over here, you can read it, yes, but again, cost benefit wise, if you realize, then there are a lot of other things also for you to read, right? Okay. So if you like the session, please, I would request you to mention in the comment section if you liked it. This link towards for this PDF will be present in the Telegram account, so you can get it from the Telegram account. I'm showing you the link for the Telegram account because many of you will ask me, we do not have the link. I would request you to subscribe to this Telegram account. This is my Telegram account where you can find content related to geography, anthropology optional, as well as civil services in general. So we'll be meeting you in the future lectures also. We'll have certain extra lectures also, whichever problem you have based on whatever you need. We'll have those sessions also. So keep on revising. Take care. Lots of love from my side, and Jai Hind.